Postal Union, Mr. Mayan Oswald, Secretary General of the African Telecommunications Union, Mr. John Odira Omo, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic to the Swiss Confederation and Permanent Representative of the UPU, His Excellency, Mr. Pablo Aramis Valentin Rosario, Principal Secretary for Trade, Mr. Francis Lebon, Chief Executive Officer of the Seychelles Postal Services, Mrs. Mariela Buisson, representatives of the postal operators of small island developing states, representatives of the International Telecommunications Union, UNCTAD and the African Union Commission, chairperson and members of the Board of Directors of the Seychelles Postal Services, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the 2024 edition of the SIDS Postal Leaders Forum. I am Meryl Espaon, your host for this momentous occasion. As we gather here today, each one of us from different corners of the world, one cannot help but be reminded of the amazing diversity and transformative power of the postal industry. Your presence here today shows your commitment to the well-being and prosperity of the postal services of small island developing states, and we are honored to have you as our guests. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic was felt on every corner of the globe, and with it, the vulnerabilities of small islands developing states have been exposed more than ever before. It opened our eyes to the stark reality of not only our fragile economies, but also our high susceptibility to climate change-induced natural disasters. Like many businesses and organizations, the postal industry has not been spared. The difficulties brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic were real tests of resilience. They challenged us to adopt more innovative ways so as to ensure the continuity and survivability of the postal sector. As such, many of us have had to reinvent, re-strategize, and adopt more robust, smart, and practical long-term solutions. To achieve the vision of becoming sustainable, however, requires the collective efforts of the postal workforce, leaders, partners, and customers. We have journeyed turbulent times by facing every obstacle head-on, demonstrating determination and compassion along the way. And by remaining steadfast to our commitments, we are able to embrace change with agility and decisiveness. Without further ado, I call upon the CEO of the Seychelles Postal Services, Mrs. Mariela Buisson, to deliver her welcoming remarks. CEO, the floor is yours.
Minister for Finance, National Planning and Trade of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Nadir Hassan, Deputy Director General of the UPU, Mr. Mayan Oswald, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, Mr. John Odira Omo, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic to the Swiss Confederation and Permanent Representative of the UPU, His Excellency Mr. Pablo Aramis Valentin Rosario, Principal Secretary of Trade, Mr. Francis Lebon, Representative of the Postal Operator of Small Island Developing States, Representative of the International Telecommunication Union, UNCTAD and the African Union Commission, Chairpersons and members of the boards of Seychelles Postal Services, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to Seychelles to those of you visiting us for the first time, and welcome to the UPU 2024 SIDS Forum organized by the UPU in partnership with Seychelles Postal Services. I am relatively new to the postal sector, and I joined because I could immediately see the many opportunities that exist with digitalization. I had not previously heard of the UPU, but now understand their importance and value their support. What I did know, however, is that every country has post offices and everyone uses them, and for different reasons. They are the original network that connects the world. We often think of the post as only logistics, but they are much more than that. Excuse me. The post is an institution that finds itself at a critical juncture with many dialogues underway about its future role. These dialogues are part of a broader recognition that whilst adapting to a digital world, the post is still required to maintain the essence of universal access and service, a concept established in an era before digital dominance, which requires thoughtful reconsideration to stay relevant and efficient. The question is not merely operational, but deeply rooted in how we envision the role of postal services, The question is not merely operational, but deeply rooted in how we envision the role of postal services in societal connectivity and support. How can we ensure that the evolution of the postal service aligns with contemporary needs while safeguarding accessibility and reliability? The countries represented here are home to 65 million people and spread across more than 1,000 islands. SIDS posts play a vital role in connecting communities, facilitating trade, and enhancing communication within their respective unique island nations. They also offer retail, banking, philatelic, and government services. However, they face many challenges which limits their ability to be as efficient as their counterparts and competitors. They often grapple with financial constraint as they are seen as public services and not fully for-profit businesses, which leads to scarcity of good human resource, knowledge, and skill gaps, and face hurdles in keeping up with technological advancements and modern postal practices. Bridging this knowledge gap is essential for their growth. Operating in isolated regions leads to a higher cost for infrastructure, transportation, and logistics, as most SIDS are mainly importers and not so much exporters. Their low outbound volumes attract high cost. Whilst the world embraces digitalization, SIDS struggle with uneven access to technology and internet connectivity. Posts use many systems and rely on constant connectivity to be efficient, and any glitches disrupts operations. The theme of this forum is postal digitalization, integration, and innovation, sustainable growth boosters for SIDS. For us all present here, we know that digitalization is essential for us to compete and remain relevant, and we all know what the constraints are in terms of achieving this. However, as postal operators are predominantly government entities and public services, which now find themselves competing in open markets with businesses established with the purpose of profit-making, they need to be able to switch their mindset to embrace the many innovative ideas that exist to bring them to the same level as their counterparts. This is not so easily done when historically it has not been the case. And it is not only the mindset of the post that needs to change, but also public awareness of what the post does and can do with digitalization, building trust between the customer and the post. Let us use these 3 days to recognize the critical role of our SIDS post, what we can do by embracing technology, fostering collaboration, and prioritizing resilience. We can empower ourselves to thrive and serve our communities effectively. I would like to thank our parent ministry for supporting us in hosting this event, the UPU for organizing it, the sponsors for their support, and the small Seychelles Postal Services team for all their hard work and commitment to making this happen. I wish you all successful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brisson. All of us here present attest to the pivotal role post offices play in the social and economic development of small island developing states. Throughout our discussions, we will explore the unique challenges and opportunities faced by SIDS Post, but also appreciate the successes we have had and learn from each other. from leveraging technology to enhance efficiency and sustainability, to expanding global connectivity and building relationships, the discussions during these 3 days will help shape the future of our postal services. As we embark on the transformative postal journey, we recognize and acknowledge the support of postal sector stakeholders who are helping us create an environment that enables the digitalization of our service delivery to citizens, increased postal contributions to e-commerce development, and the enhancement of financial inclusion. The shared commitment of our partners and stakeholders is crucial to the promotion of economic equality and helps drive development. With this, I now call to the stage Ms. Mirat Woodmatas, representative of the African Union Commission, to address us.
Minister of Finance, National Planning and Trade of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Nadir Hassan, Deputy Director General of the Universal Postal Union, Mr. Majan Oswald, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, Mr. John Odira Omo, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic to the Swiss Confederation and Permanent Representative of the UPU, His Excellency Mr. Palbo Amis Valentin Raderio, Principal Secretary of Trade Mr. Francis Lebon, Chief Executive Officer of the Seychelles Postal Service Mrs. Marielle Labusson, representative of the postal operators of small islands developing states, representative of the International Telecommunication and UNICAD, chairperson and members of the Board of Directors of the Seychelles Postal Services, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Warmest greetings from the African Union Commission. I am deeply honored to be in this important postal leaders forum dedicated to small island development states. Among such esteemed leaders, on behalf of the African Union Commission, I would like to thank the UPU for inviting the AUC to make remarks and take part in the timely discussion to unlock the untapped potential of the postal services in SIDS by understanding the specific challenges that they are going through and the power of digital technologies and appropriate investment. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me on behalf of the AUC to convey my sincere gratitude to the government and people of Seychelles for the warm welcome and exceptional hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in the beautiful city of Mahi. Let me also congratulate the organizers for organizing this excellent forum. As we all know, the digital transformation is disrupting every sector. The disruption is unavoidable, and it will continue to make traditional business models obsolete fast with the advancement of emerging technologies like the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, robotics, blockchain, augmented and virtual reality, and so on. This is the reality that the postal sector is also facing. Hence, going digital is no longer an option for the sector. Rather, it is a necessity for survival and remaining relevant and competent in the digital world. On the bright side, the trust and the strong existing network and tools that has been earned and accumulated over the centuries hold a competitive advantage for the sector to flourish and succeed in the current and emerging businesses. Thanks to the leadership of the UP for coordinating successfully such a challenging and demanding task of creating harmonization across the globe and striving to ensure that all postal offices are connected connected and have access to the latest tools and technologies to support their transformation. Hence, what is critical to governments, regulators, and operators is beyond understanding the challenges, is just to set the mind, develop a capacity to embrace change, and take planned and coordinated small actions to remain relevant and competent in the current digital space. Let me tell you a bit about AUC in coordinating the implementation of the Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa 2020-2030 that envisioned an integrated and inclusive digital society and economy in Africa, which is in alignment of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and the SDG 2030 goals. Since the digital transformation is not happening in one sector and we cannot leave the other sectors, they all go together. So for that, we work on advancing the infrastructure, supporting the critical sectors, as well as embarking on developing framework strategies for emerging new technologies. For that, the AUC develops the Digital ID Interoperability Framework for Digital ID, AU Continental Data Policy Framework, the AU Digital Education Strategy, and so on, among others. The digital transformation strategy also recognizes the postal sector as a critical infrastructure to provide services to remote and particularly unserved areas. The DCS stresses the need to ensure conducive regulatory environment and inclusion of postal digitalization in both national priorities and national digital strategies. So to that effect, the African Union Commission, in collaboration with member states, the Pan-African Postal Union, which is a specialized institution of the African Union, the UP developed a guideline on a common approach to digital postal transformation in the continent. Furthermore, an assessment study on the harmonized digitalization of postal services and the potential new role in the digital space, including serving as logistic hubs, e-commerce, financial inclusion, and e-government services, as well as promoting the inter-Africa trade in line with the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, were conducted in selected 10 countries in Africa. The report was published. It assesses the weaknesses of did the SWOT analysis, identify the possible ways to bridge the gaps, and forwarded recommendations. This is done in collaboration with the Universal Postal Union, Expertise France, French Development Agency, and La Poste Group, including the Pan-African Postal Union. The study report was adopted during the 5th ordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee and Communication in ICT that endorsed it during the 37th ordinary section of the Assembly of the Head of States and Government of the AU in February 2024. The ministers are now also more committed, and they requested member states to embark on digitalization of the postal services. So to push this one, special thanks goes to the Pan-African Postal Union Secretary General, who raised the case and put it on the table. However, to unlock the opportunities through digital transformation across the continent and each sector, connecting the unconnected meaningfully, and increase electricity access, as well as building the capacity, are the fundamental steps that need to be prioritized. According to the International Telecommunication Union facts and figures, despite efforts made, universal connectivity and realization of universal digital inclusion by 2030, as stipulated in the SPD, appears to a real challenge that requires sincere global cooperation, particularly for low-income countries, which stood at 27%, whereas the developed countries stood at 93%. this is, a clear indication that a clear, a high coordinated effort needs to come to support SIDs as well as developing countries to close the digital gaps and then to exploit the opportunities that the digitalization offers. And the EU circles up on stakeholders for more collaboration and support to accelerate the implementation of the TWELAs, as well as the implementation of the recommendation of the study improving the digitalization of postals in Africa, including SIDs, and accompanying member states in the digitalization journey for the benefit of all. Because there is a huge potential that stresses in the postal sector that should be utilized and can be utilized with a coordinated approach and win-win partnership. With this, the digital transformation to maximize the opportunities and minimize risks, the postal sector should take a lead. That is the only way that can help to support the postal sector itself as well as contribute the socio-economic development of the continent. I thank you. Fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Woodmatas. As institutions that have existed for centuries, the postal sector is an iconic example of connectedness and collaboration. It is through strong partnerships that we are able to link our communities with each other and the rest of the world, help businesses develop and expand their trade beyond borders, and facilitate delivery. All this, however, cannot happen without the strong support of our customers, business partners, governments, and the postal sector's primary forum for international cooperation. Throughout the 150 years of its existence, the UPU has achieved its vision of establishing a single postal territory to serve people everywhere. This gathering itself is a testimony to this. As a cornerstone of the global postal network, the UPU has championed cooperation, innovation, and inclusivity. By leveraging the collective strength of its member countries, the UPU helps post offices navigate the challenges of the modern world while staying true to their core mission and ensuring that postal services remain a vital lifeline for generations to come. It is my privilege and honor to invite to the stage a distinguished individual whose leadership and dedication have made a significant impact on the postal industry. Please join me in welcoming the Deputy Director General of the UPU, Mr. Marian Oswald, to share with us insights and initiatives that are shaping the future of the postal sector.
Minister for Finance, National Planning and Trade of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Nadir Hassan, Secretary General of the African Telecommunication Union, Mr. John Odiro Nomo, Ambassador of the Dominican Republic of the Swiss Confederation, Mr. Pablo Aramis Valentin Rosario, Principal Secretary for Trade, Mr. Francis Lebon, CEO of the Seychelles Post, Ms. Marielle Bosson, representative of the postal operators of small islands and developing states, representative of the International Telecommunication Union, UNCTAD and the African Union Commission, Walter Trezek, chairperson of the Consultative Committee, and chairpersons and members of the Board of Directors of the Seychelles Post Services. Esteemed partners, distinguished guests, good morning. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be among you at this SIDS Postal Forum 2024, a momentous gathering dedicated to addressing the unique challenges and experience shared by small islands developing states in the postal sector. My heartfelt gratitude extends to the government of Seychelles and the esteemed members of the postal sector for graciously hosting this memorable event that brings together postal leaders from SIDS within the UPU global family. As we gather here, it is worth reflecting on the everyday challenges and risks that our countries, and especially the small islands developing states, go through. Just a few years ago, the world witnessed what it means to live in uncertain circumstances when the COVID-19 pandemic devastated the world. World activities nearly came to a standstill. Apologies. The particular challenges of small islands developing states, namely their limited integration in the global value chains and increased vulnerability to climate change-induced disasters, call for a global action to identify ways to overcome these challenges and the uncertain future that hangs before us. Recognizing the indispensable role of posts in the social and economic development of SIDS, the UPU has organized this forum so that you can share experience and together consider solutions to enhance disaster resilience within your countries. Digitalization, innovation, and use of new technologies have been identified as key equalizers in countries' achievement of sustainable socio-economical development. I believe this forum will be an opportunity to better address the unique obstacles that the post in your respective countries face every day. A modernized postal service can be a reliable network for delivering government and community services, thus contributing to economic advancement, resilience, and a social well-being. The forum places emphasis on inter-regional learning, twinning projects, and sharing best practices among SIDS facing similar situations. This forum will also relaunch the appeal to governments, postal regulators, and designated operators from small islands developing states to position posts as an enabler for socio-economic development. Let us use this opportunity to build a relationship and partnership that will unlock appropriate investment in the postal network to benefit businesses and communities and citizens. I believe this is the key, given the certain role that the post can play in economic and social inclusion. We will also cover topics related to transportation, supply chain integration, digitalization, new services, and disaster management, all representing common needs for small islands developing states. I look forward to an enriching and fruitful discussion during this inaugural SIDS forum in the postal industry. Let me end what I usually say in gatherings like that. There is no successful society without a successful postal operator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oswald, for this inspiring speech. Aside from themes such as digital transformation, this forum also aims to reaffirm the appeal to governments, postal regulators, and designated operators from SIDS to unlock the opportunities and possibilities that result from making appropriate investments in the postal network. The support of the government in ensuring that post offices operate in an environment that is fair, creating policies and regulations to set the standards for services in a manner that is not only realistic, but taking into account the unique nature of operations of the postal sector, is extremely crucial to the success and further development of post offices worldwide. This is especially true for small islands developing states, as the challenges we face in terms of finance, climate change adaptation, geographical location, and low outbound volumes put us at a disadvantage as compared to our advanced counterparts. As evidenced in its response during the COVID-19 pandemic, the Global Postal Network is a valuable and effective system for supporting social security and development. Through government support, post offices are able to keep its services affordable and accessible for all. Regulatory guidance, as the postal sector embraces digital and innovative avenues, is not only crucial in enhancing efficiency, but also helps postal services to deliver superior value to their customers. It is now my distinct honor to invite to the stage the esteemed Minister for Finance, National Planning and Trade of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Nadir Hassan, to deliver his address. Minister, the floor is yours.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Seychelles and to the very first Universal Postal Union SIDS Forum organized by the UPU in partnership with the Seychelles Postal Services. This year marks 150 years since the establishment of the UPU, way back in 1874. Seychelles is indeed honored to have been selected as the host country to mark this very important milestone. During the next 3 days, you will debate, discuss, learn, share experiences and knowledge of the many challenges you face to keep the postal service relevant to the wealth of opportunities that exist to transform it. The objective, ladies and gentlemen, is to simply enable the Postal Service to keep its status as one of the oldest and largest physical networks in the world, reaching over 5 billion people in more than 190 countries. In Seychelles, the Post Office was established in 1861 as part of Mauritius Post. Try to think back and visualize how the post of all our small island states represented here started and how it has changed and improved the lives of our citizens. The post still remains vital in the daily lives of our people, and your role here today is to ensure it continues to do so, given the massive transformation in communications today, where technological advancement have been detrimental to the traditional services offered by the post. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you revamp, embrace, and ensure your survival? These are some of the key questions you will have to come up with solutions during the next 3 days. We have all seen and experienced how digital trade has become more important, given its ability to sustain economic activity, online buying and selling. We have all recorded the increase in such transactions, thus signaling a permanent change in habits. It is therefore essential that government in SIDS are well equipped to face the new digital era to avoid the risk of falling further behind. In Seychelles, we have certainly seen a significant increase in e-commerce during the past years, which has highlighted our digital and infrastructure challenges. Our new 3-year postal strategy plan will address these challenges, as we understand the opportunities available with investment in such areas will benefit our citizens and our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Seychelles Postal Service's new strategy makes provision for a new international mail processing center located airside of the international airport. This facility will allow for more efficient processing of mail and courier cargo entering the country. It will allow for centralization and consolidation of the service by ensuring all stakeholders are in one location, which is more secure and provide a safer environment for all. Most importantly, the process will be automated. This new investment will allow for a more efficient clearing system of packages. As a well-connected island with many airline services, this new center will also allow the Post to offer transit services to other destinations via Seychelles Postal Services. With the increase of e-commerce in the region and suppliers looking for routes to many destinations, Seychelles is well placed to offer this service. Another national effort in the works, which will increase efficiency in the postal services, is the new addressing system for Seychelles, where each property will have a postal code. Furthermore, the postal sector is a trade facilitator and a business enabler for small island economies. We have recognized the potential of the post as an enabler of such trade, and the Seychelles Postal Services is to launch a new website which will enable outgoing selling of local products and inbound purchasing from e-commerce suppliers. This new website will be hosted by UPU, Post platform, and create a gateway for local artisans to sell internationally. It is indeed critical for us to seize the opportunities presented by ICT and to help our small posts become drivers behind the creation of an inclusive digital economy locally and globally. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this forum is Postal Digitalization, Integration and Innovation, Sustainable Growth Boosters for SIDS. Therefore, during the coming 3 days, you are here to promote dialogue and cooperation in this area, to raise awareness and understanding of the needs of SIDS and their posts, and to share best practices with each other and engage with other stakeholders, also to find support and solutions. I am positive that your deliberations will be fruitful and that you will find many answers and solutions. Always remember, technology is not your enemy. You are being challenged to embrace these advancements and to come up with innovative ways to exist alongside each other and, most importantly, to flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to thank the UPU and the team of Seychelles Postal Services for organizing this event. I now declare this Postal Forum open and wish you all 3 days of successful debates, discussions, and knowledge sharing. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Hassan. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we have many exciting projects ahead, and we truly look forward to pushing the postal sector forward. And with these final words, we come to the end of our opening ceremony. As we embark on this journey of exploring the opportunities of SIDS Post, I invite you all to remember the sense of purpose that unites us all and underpins the very foundation of this forum. May the discussions, ideas, and shared experiences serve as inspiration to push the boundaries and drive collective success. With this, I wish you all fruitful deliberations filled with promise, possibility, and endless potential. And just to commemorate our important gathering, I invite you all to a photo session in the resort's garden. Our ushers will lead you to the location, and this will be followed by a short pause for refreshments, and we will come back at 9:50 to continue the rest of our program. Thank you.
to take their seats. We're going to begin very, very shortly. This morning, I would like to ask the Deputy Director General, Mr. Marian Oswald, to please make some brief opening remarks.
Good morning again, and apologies for being a bit late. I was thinking about what to say at this occasion, but let me reflect to you my visit with Vice President of Seychelles, Mr. Afif. I met him yesterday, and he said, Marian, here we have sun, sea, and beaches. We have Postal Network. We have dedicated people, which you are part of it, and I'm especially grateful for all of CEOs who made an effort and visited us here. And we have e-commerce, meaning dedicated people, postal network around the world, and e-commerce. And I would be more than happy and grateful if we could do a successful story for everybody. So welcome again, and I wish you all a very fruitful discussion and exchange of best practices. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oswald. Just a few things before we delve into our presentations. Obviously, we're here to talk about challenges and also solutions. And at the International Bureau, it's our aim to help provide solutions to all of you. So I wanted to make sure that we introduce all of our colleagues here today who you might want to discuss with on potential solutions. So of course, I'll ask each of you maybe to stand as I announce your name. First, we have our Director of Development Cooperation, Mr. Mutua Mutusi, who I'm sure most of you are familiar with. We have our Director of the Postal Technology Center, Mr. Lati Matata. We have in the back our Coordinator for Africa, LDCs, LLDCs, and of course SIDS, Mr. Amadou. Also from the Postal Technology Center, we have Mr. David Avzek, who is Coordinator for Account Relations and Product Management. The Secretary of the UPU Consultative Committee, Mr. Alexander Terence Vonberg. Our Regional Expert for the Caribbean and Capacity Building, Mr. Puran Parampath. Mr. Juan Moroni, who's our Digital Inclusion Expert. Mr. Tumaini Naguto, who's the Regional Field Expert for East Africa. And I think also in the back, Mr. Dudonné, the Associate Expert for West Africa. And a couple others will join us online. Today, we're very happy to have about 28 or 29 of 39 small island developing states represented here today. We're also joined, of course, by some of our international partners. We have the International Telecommunications Union present. We have UNCTAD present. We have the African Telecommunications Union present, and of course the African Union Commission. So we're very grateful to have you here providing your perspectives as well. We also have some vital members of our wider postal sector players who are here, some airlines, some other companies from the UPU Consultative Committee. And so we welcome a diverse range of perspectives in our discussions today. Just a few housekeeping items before we start. We would like to remind our speakers today to please try and keep your presentations to between 7 and 10 minutes so that we can continue moving. We have quite a lot to discuss, so of course it's a challenge. We have, as you know, the tea breaks in the hallway. If you have any health or safety questions or concerns, we have Rania Rosette. Is Rania in the room? Yes, Rania. Great. So in case you have any questions, please contact her. The gala dinner will be held on Thursday evening, and very excitingly, on Friday, we have a tour from 9 a.m. from your hotels. Our first panel, or our first round of presentations today will provide perspectives from the Caribbean. We'll have presenting Ms. Marsha Price, who's the Postmaster General from Belize Postal Services. We have Ms. Perlina Foucher, who's the Assistant Postmaster General from the St. Lucia Postal Services. We have Mr. George Irving Alexis, Managing Director for Trinidad and Tobago Postal Services. and Ms. Claire Seraphin Wallace, who's Postmaster General for Dominica Postal Services. So I would please call Ms. Price to the floor.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Marsha Price from beautiful Belize. Can you please change the slide for me? Welcome to SIDS Postal Forum, Leaders Forum 2024. Belize is located in Central America and is bordered to the north by Mexico, south and west by Guatemala, and east by the Caribbean Sea. We are a diverse country with various cultures and languages. English is our official language, and most of all, we use the language Creole. We have the lowest population density in Central America, with 35 people per square mile, or 14 people per square kilometers. Belize is also known for its extreme biodiversity and distinctive ecosystem. On the coast, there's a swamp coastline and mangroves and swamps. In the southern interior are the hills and low mountains. Most of our land is undeveloped and is forest with hardwoods. It's a part of the Mesoamerican biodiversity hotspot and has many jungles, wildlife reserves. We are a melting pot of colorful people of more than 400,000 residents, and our greatest resource is that of tourism. Belizean people are made up of Maya, Mestizo, Creole, Garifuna, East Indian, Mennonites, Arab, and Chinese. We have, if you can see on the slide, we have 6 districts, which is Corozal, Orange Walk, Belize, Cayo, Stan Creek, and Toledo. We have 8,867 square miles. We gained our independence in September 1981. Next slide, please. The SWOT analysis for Belize Postal Service. Belize Postal Service has 130 employees. We have offices located in 16 district locations, and we have 121 district postal offices. Some of our strengths are being accessible. We are accessible countrywide, and we have post offices in all our districts, north, west, south, and the Keys. We have 130 employees, and this poses an advantage to Belize Postal Service than other couriers that exist in Belize. And we also have the most affordable prices than that of our couriers. We position ourselves as being customer-oriented. We try to provide that culture of excellence to all our Belizean citizens. We provide that daily communication, so we usually inform our customers that we have their packages via SMS or via phone calls. We offer services both domestically and internationally, and we are a one-stop shop. So you can come in. We have a postal shop that we provide certain supplies to our customers. Weaknesses. One of our major weaknesses is that we provide services based on weight, right? And our competitions, they go by dimension. So that is a gap that we are trying to change. What we have done currently is launch our flat rate boxes to accommodate for those entrepreneurs that have items that are very weighted that would go to the competition. So that is what we're trying to mitigate that aspect. Usually when customer comes in, it's too many paperwork for them to fill out. They just want to drop off their packages and leave. So that is another weakness for the post. We don't have enough technical resources, and when I speak of technical resource, I speak of having enough vehicles, right, to do additional runs that customers so desire. We need computer skills, so those are some of the weaknesses that we pose. When it comes to processes, most of our processes are manual. So in collaboration with our government sector, we are trying to see how we get some computerized cashiering system. And also, we are about to launch our track and trace. So that is something that we will be launching next week. So we are trying to do as much as we can with the limited resources we have. It's costly to deliver timely to our customers. Usually, because we are very large and spacious, it's hard to reach certain areas and it requires more resources. So it's to reach those areas and on a timely manner. So we need to try to see how we go back to the drawing board and implement better logistics for our customers. Lack of trust. Belize Postal Service had that reputation of losing trust. People didn't trust the post office, so we are currently rebranding, changing the way we do business so that we can regain back the trust from our customers. We are very dependent on the government sector. We are very heavily subsidized, so that is something we want to move to that part of sustainability so that we can operate with less subsidies from the government sector. When it comes to opportunities, there is many room for growth to expand what we do offer to our customers. So we want to have more items within our postal shops. We want to see how we can be able to sell our stamps online. So we will be launching next week as well our new website, and we want to partner with the .post with their domain and the e-commerce system that UPU currently provides. We want to capture more from our government sector, at least to move more government mails. So that is something that we want to do, and also opportunities for digitalization. So to have better systems, so have a system rather, a front-end system. So that is something that we really do need. So those are some opportunities for us. Threats. Almost every week you hear of a new courier service within Belize, right? So that is a challenge, and like I would say to my colleagues, those competition doesn't have the resources that we have. We are accessible. We have 130 employees. Some of them are operating with less than 20. So why can't we be number one, right? Why can't we regain that number one position within the market? So that it's somehow of a threat. We need to see how we bridge such gap. And if we are not able to diversify, then that's definitely something, a threat there. How do we become relevant within the postal sector? And when it comes to, I think there's another slide? Or no, that's it. Okay, so that is it for Belize Postal Service. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paulina Fauché from St. Lucia. I'm the Assistant Postmaster General. Today we will explore the rich cultural heritage, diverse landscape, economic significance, and more of my fascinating country. St. Lucia is one of more than 7,000 individual islands found in the region of the Americas called the Caribbean. It's also one of the region's 13 sovereign nations, an independent territory with its own government. Today, in fact, people visit St. Lucia for its volcanic geography and geothermal activity. Check this out. Heat from the Earth's core creates natural hot pools and bubbling mud springs where people can enjoy a natural, super relaxing bath. Rising from the water of the Eastern Caribbean, St. Lucia forms part of a chain of volcanic islands known as the Lesser Antilles. But don't worry, explosions are a thing of the past. La Soufrière last erupted in 1766 and now considered dormant. The island of St. Lucia is also known for the Pitons, a famous pair of Pounty Mountains. The Pitons stand tall on the west coast where they all lapped by the calm waters of the Caribbean Sea. St. Lucia may only be a small island, 43 kilometers long and a maximum of 23 kilometers wide, but its landscape is incredibly varied. There are breathtaking mountains, lush rainforests, volcanic sand beaches, and colorful coral reefs. This makes St. Lucia a popular place for tourists to visit from all around the world, especially people who love to dive and snorkel. St. Lucia is also home of two Nobel laureates, Sir Arthur Lewis and Sir Dunstan St. Omer, both born on January 23rd. The entire population of St. Lucia is approximately 178,000 people. While it may be a small country, centuries of settlers from all around the world have made it rich in culture. Today, it is home of a range of religious music, language, and delicious food. Although English is our official language of St. Lucia, a larger percentage of people speak a French dialect known as Creole, a legacy left by the early French settlers on the island. Every October, the island celebrates Creole Heritage Month, a mix of colorful street parties, art exhibitions, music, theater, talks, and delicious food. The celebration marks the end of St. Lucia's Summer Festival and is a time for St. Lucia to celebrate heritage. St. Lucia is also a democratic country run by Prime Minister and government, elected by the people of the country. The St. Lucia economy depends primarily on tourism and agriculture, particularly bananas and other exotic fruits such as mangoes. Now I'm going to delve into the SWOT analysis of the St. Lucia Postal Service. The strength. We are wide reach. With offices in every district, the St. Lucia Postal Service have an extensive network of covering remote areas, ensuring universal service. We are reliable. We have a long-standing reputation for a timely processing of mail, which makes the delivery of mail and parcels securely and reliable. Diversification. In addition to mail delivery, the St. Lucia Postal Service offers an e-commerce service. Security. Only authorized personnel or employees are allowed where mails and parcels are kept. Competitive advantage. Best prices and strong brand recognition that customers trust. And last but not least, we have a tracking service. Our weaknesses include technological disruption. The St. Lucia Postal Service faces challenges from digital communication, especially with the lack of automated services. Limited resources. Key managerial positions remain vacant, causing a strain on the limited but dedicated human resources in the office. Effective delivery. Lack of proper street numbering, which hinders delivery of mail. Last weakness, economic impact. Heavy reliance on transportation, which becomes very unstable, making it difficult to move mail within the region and by extension, our transit mail. Our opportunities at the St. Lucia Postal Service includes e-commerce growth. Increasing e-commerce trends can provide opportunities for the St. Lucia Postal Service to expand parcels delivery and logistics services. Diversification of services. Offering new services such as money transfer and bill payments can diversify revenue stream. Modernization. Investing in technology and infrastructure upgrades can enhance operational efficiency and customer experience. Green initiatives. Implementing environmental practices such as administration being paperless, and electric motors can reduce costs and improve public perception. Threats at the St. Lucia Postal Service. We are threatened by competition. The St. Lucia Postal Service faces threats from private courier services providers, digital communication platforms, and alternative delivery services. Substitution. Increased use of electronic communication substitutes traditional mail services, leading to declining mail volume. Lastly, global challenges. Economic downturns and the pandemic can impact international trade, affecting the revenue and operations of the St. Lucia Postal Service. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Price. So I'll just hold on for Kayla as she's with an interview now with the DDG. So up next, we have Alexis George from TT Post, who will give his perspectives from Trinidad. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So my presentation is more on general information on my country, Trinidad and Tobago, which will give you an idea of the environment in which TT Post operates. So to start, I don't know if you have the first slide. General information about Trinidad and Tobago comprises 2 islands, twin island country off this northern coast of South America, lying just 11 kilometers off of Venezuela, and our most northern neighbor is Grenada, 130 kilometers north of us. Geography, 5,131 square kilometers. Population, it says here 1.3 million. That would have been in 2016 when we did the last census. Population now is probably about 1.5 million, and just as a sidebar issue, our postal organization is working with our census authority so that we can use the opportunity to earn revenue from performing the census role for the postal office. So just putting that out there for any of you posts that would want to work with your census agency to find ways to provide services to the government. Our currency is Trinidad and Tobago dollar, equivalent to about 6.8 TT dollars to 1 US. We're an independent country. We got our independence from Great Britain in 1962. We became a republic in 1976. Official language is English. Our capital city, Port of Spain, has a population of about 75,000 persons. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago, our economy is probably one of the most developed in the Caribbean region. We're listed in the top 40 of the 70 high-income countries in the world. Our GDP, the This is a 2014 statistic. It's about 23,000 US. At present, the organization OECD removed Trinidad and Tobago from the list of developing countries, which challenges us in terms of even our relationship with things like the Quality of Service Fund. TT Post is now no longer eligible to get funding from QSF. We are actually a contributor, so there's some pros and cons to actually developing, but we continue with our development thrust for our country. Our economy is strongly influenced by petroleum and the petrochemical industry and manufacturing. Tourism is growing more on our other island, sister island, Tobago. We do have some agriculture, but there's a lot of room for opportunity in Trinidad and Tobago. Our history was one of agriculture, but it shifted to petroleum and the petrochemical sector. Natural gas is a big export earner for Trinidad and Tobago. Next slide, please. All right. SWOT analysis is more on the country itself so that you can get an idea of how we operate as a postal administration in Trinidad and Tobago. We do have a highly skilled and educated population. So in terms of the functionality of TT Post, the postal operator, we do have the ability to select from a highly educated population for our staff. Challenges would be the consideration that a lot of the work that the post does is manual in nature. So you have challenges in getting people to come to the post office to work. So we have relatively high turnover, despite that strength of having a highly skilled population. We have a stable democracy. So our country has elections roughly every 5 years based on the British parliamentary system. Geographically, where TT Post and our country is located, one of our strengths is that we're on the connecting point between North America, South America, and Europe for the Caribbean. The infrastructure in our country is fairly well developed in terms of ports and highways, airports, and we do have a history of manufacturing based on the abundance of oil and natural gas. We have a very diverse population, African, East Indian, Chinese, Europeans, Africans. Our population is very diverse because of our history, similar to a lot of the island states that are here. Weaknesses. Next slide. Again, you have the strength of having oil and gas, but it can be a weakness as well for your economy. You get that dependency syndrome of depending on oil and gas at the expense of other opportunities for your economy. And when those oil and gas revenues start to deplete, it is a challenge for our country. So our country is actively diversifying the way we earn revenue. Limited diversification investment over our history, and limited agricultural development. Growing dependence on social welfare programs. And with an aging population, which is one of our challenges, we have a lot more social welfare, social programs from the government, but this gives TT Post the opportunity to provide the fulfillment of those social services. So TT Post is actively working with the government to provide all of its fulfillment needs, and it's an area of revenue opportunity for the Post. Opportunities. We do have a healthy investment climate because of our stable political system. So Trinidad is one of the countries that a lot of foreign entities do invest to grow their revenues. Again, highly skilled and educated workforce for growing any business. There is a demand for agricultural production and manufactured goods, and TT Post is working now with our e-commerce platforms that we've been developing to find ways to export some of these manufactured agricultural goods to the diaspora in North America, Canada, Europe. And again, because of our logistics connections, it gives us an advantage to be able to provide exports using the Post. Investment opportunities in Trinidad and Tobago, especially in ecotourism, is one of the areas that TT Post is looking at, finding ways to work with the tourism sector to earn revenue for the Post. And because, again, opportunities, we have a lot of variety of educational institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. The Post is working with some of these institutions to provide solutions to their needs, to communicate with their students, to bring in more revenue for them and for TT Post as well. My last slide speaks to threats generally for the Trinidad and Tobago as a country. Again, depleting oil and gas reserves is one of the challenges we have. Decreased foreign exchange earnings as a result of that. Because Trinidad has a high level of industrialization, we do have some challenges in terms of environmental issues from pollution because of the heavy industrialization. We have a challenge with some situations in our neighboring Venezuela with the immigrant population that has been leaving Venezuela. So we have an increasing migrant population challenge for our country. There is region-wide the challenge of crime and how does crime affect even our postal operator in Trinidad and Tobago, because we do have a situation where if our posties are delivering social welfare checks and that sort of thing, there are issues of threats and how do we as an organization protect our staff to ensure that they are not at risk and that they continue to provide service to the citizens of our country. Challenges of migration of our educated population, because the government has invested so heavily in educating people, a lot of them would leave to look for better opportunities in other neighboring countries or North America, for example. And we do have an aging population, so that comes with the challenges from that, but TT Post has been looking to provide social services to the elderly. So that's an opportunity, although it's a threat for the country. For us, it's an opportunity that we're looking to maximize. One thing I didn't mention with regard to opportunities is the opportunity for partnerships with some of those very same courier companies that may be competitors. There's opportunities to find strategic ways where there's win-win for the post and there's win-win for those entities and their customers to provide services that everybody would want as we move into this digital environment. So that's my presentation regarding Trinidad and Tobago. I hope you found it useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alexis. And finally, I would please ask Ms. Claire Serafin-Wallace to come to the stage to make her presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Claire Serafin-Wallace, the Postmaster General of Dominica. And this morning I will present Dominica to you and the SWOT of Dominica Post. Although, if I was in the Squid Game, probably I would have been eliminated because I did not understand the assignments, but I will endeavor to correct the wrong. Can we have the, yeah. So Dominica is known as the nature island of the Caribbean. And next slide, please. And this is because of its lush green vegetation. We have 365 beaches, and we say that we have a beach for every day of the year. Our beaches generally are Our beaches generally consist of shimmering black sand or rock, so we do not have white sandy beaches. We are volcanic in nature, and our soil is rich and fertile, and we have an abundance of tropical rainforests. It is home to one of the largest boiling lakes in the world, and throughout the island, nature lovers can see flora, fauna, and about 130 species of birds, including the Cicero parrot. This is our national bird. It is endemic to Dominica, and it is currently on the endangered species list. We are nestled between the French islands of Martinique and Guadeloupe. We have a population of 69,325, and that was as of the last census held. That was in 2011. And our main language is English. But we have a French Creole, which is widely used. Next slide, please. So I will now delve into the SWOT, and the SWOT basically is of Dominica as the island. However, I will seek to bring in the post. So the strength of the island is of its natural beauty and its hospitable and friendly people. So the natural beauty, we attract a lot of persons who are environmentalists, persons who are nature lovers. So we are friendly, very, very, very friendly, to the extent that if you have a visitor to your house, you would give up your bed to that visitor, and you would take the floor if that's the other option that you have. We are very resilient people. We know how to bounce back. It's like we never went through the storm. And that is also a strength of the post in Dominica. We are resilient. We, in spite of whatever happens in the post, we try to maintain the post. We are rich in culture. We embrace our culture highly. And there is potential for renewable energy in Dominica because we have 9 active volcanoes. So we have a lot of sunshine so that we could also capitalize on that for natural resources. So yes, our strengths. And in terms of our weaknesses, one of our main weaknesses is our misplaced priorities. And that is a weakness that would affect the post in the sense that the post is not recognized for its value to the economic growth of Dominica. So in being a weakness for Dominica, it places the post in, it relegates the post to nothing. We fail to embrace our natural resources. We could have been much more as an island if we really, when I travel, for example, I stopped in Doha and I took a tour. You pay for all of those things. In Dominica, you come to Dominica and you get those things free. So we could have harnessed on all of those things that we have and let those be economic drivers for our country. We are very mountainous, so that hinders, so that's a weakness, so it hinders our infrastructural development. We are 290 square kilometers, however, 65% of Dominica is not developed because of the mountains. We are very reliant on imports, and that is a problem for the post. So in terms of, since we do not export, we are not, we do not export widely. This affects the post. So in terms of mail volumes, very low mail volumes, so we cannot attract transportation to export mail. And so COVID has also exacerbated that. So we've airlines not having mail as priority, and with those small volumes, that for us is a weakness. We are vulnerable, very vulnerable to natural disasters, particularly hurricanes. Whenever a hurricane hits or meets another island, rest assured it will land in Dominica. We just had Maria 5 years ago. Well, with our resilience, we were able to bounce back, but this is one of our weaknesses, having to face with the hurricanes. The post will invariably be affected because of that. We have very limited access to markets as well. Next slide. Opportunities, we need to embrace and exploit our richness, improve our tourism products, and green energy development. We have relegated agriculture, which could have been one of the main economic drivers for Dominica. Well, in the earlier days it was, but we have now put it on the back burner to tourism. That is fine, but we need to improve on the tourism product that we have so that that can boost us up as a country. So in terms of the opportunities for the post is endless. But we can only tap on these opportunities if we acknowledge the strengths that we have and the opportunities that are presented to us. Our threats, the greatest threats can I get a final slide, please? Okay, so our threats, we are vulnerable to natural disasters, and that would affect the post greatly. And we have an aging population and very much depopulation. So as I said, our last census, that was 13 years ago, was 69,000. We have a census ongoing currently, but that would not reflect more than 69,000 because citizens leave in large numbers to go to other islands looking for a better way of life. So in terms of the threats to the post, we are facing, if we don't take advantage of the opportunities presented to us, we are facing extinction. And that is affected very much because of the control that government has in the post. And so the post is not, what is that, fluid to do as it pleases. So our prices are set by the government, so we do not have control over that. We cannot, as much as we have, there's a lot of competition, so threats is competition to the post. One of the competitions to the post is the threats of the, as Belize said, we have the same issue as overnight you have a different courier service, so that is competition to the post, and we find that the government will give more favorable conditions to the couriers than the post, so that is a threat to us. And so if we do not, so being government controlled in itself is a threat that would that affects our existence. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our speakers from the Caribbean who've given us a perspective from that region. Next, we're moving a little bit further south and east. We're going to the Pacific Islands, and we'll have the CEOs of both Tonga Post and Tuvalu Post with us today to give some remarks. So first, I would invite to the floor Ms. Lodomawa Tunga Fazi, the CEO from Tonga Post.
Thank you and greetings to you all. Tonga is the only remaining kingdom in the Pacific Island. With 171 smaller islands and 45 of them are inhabited. With population, there are about 100,000 who lived around smaller islands, with 60% of the population live in the main island, which is Tongatapu. Tongan is our main language, with English is the second. The strength that Tonga Post has is in its diversification of its services. Tonga Post has two arms of operation. One of them is the postal operation, and the other one is the printing operation. The postal operation is not running at a profitable level, and printing arm of it finance some of the operation of Tonga Post now. And that is the strength that we have. The weaknesses, and this is similar to most of the Pacific Islands, is that we don't have a postal code. We are working towards that. With no postal code, the home address is an issue for us, and that is a challenge for us to continue with the delivery. The second weaknesses for us is that the limited knowledge of staff, especially with ID knowledge. As I started last year, I asked to have a laptop for the managers, but they don't want to use it. They'd rather stick to the desktop that they used to. But this is a challenge, as sometimes the electricity, it's on and off sometimes, and they can't do works when it's a desktop. Not only that, is the lack of information. As postal operators, we don't updated information to public, and this is our weaknesses that I identified. That is also becoming an opportunity for us. We are heavily rely on donors. Last year, the Australian Post donated equipment to us because our operation is not efficient. We don't manage to buy assets to assist us with delivery of parcels and letters. The threats for us is the competitors. One of them is the competitors. With 100,000 population, 3 competitors to offer services is a challenge, especially if one of them is offered by the airlines that deliver our mails to outside of Tonga. The second threat to us is a change in government. With the change in government, the previous government prioritized Postal in its plan. The current one, they don't. And this is reflected as we have submitted a project with regards to the home addressing, and it's still waiting for donors. It's not one of the priorities. We are hoping that they'll, if election after 4 years with the new government, to prioritize us. Another issue that we identify is the change in management with regards to stakeholders that we're involved with. For example, the Customs Department. If they have change in rules, they have change in management, that will impact us, and that is a threat for Tonga Post. The last one that I've noted is similar to others have mentioned is the climate change. The operation that we do do not contribute much to the impact that we face. Every year there's hurricane, and just 2 years ago we experienced the volcano eruption. With those new climate change, it created opportunities for us to have something in plan for national, for emergency. If emergency arises, Tonga Post has a plan in hand for resilient purposes and what to do. Another threat that I've experienced since I started is the transport, the carrier. For most of the Pacific Islands, the only airlines that we can use to fly out of our islands, it's either Air New Zealand or Fiji Airways. And that includes our mails. But somehow, there's a project, thank you for the UPU for the project, for the transport project, because we're still facing a challenge on that one. Based on if some of our mails transit go through New Zealand and Australia, they have aviation policies. And some of our parcels got stuck there. They either destroy what's inside the parcels, and that's what we experience, especially with phones that are sent by families overseas. As it transits through New Zealand or Australia, if Air New Zealand have an aviation policy that restricts sending 2 phones in one parcels, they will take the phones out. And then Tonga Post have a bad publicity because of that. But we have no choice because the mail that received in Tonga comes together with a letter from New Zealand Post. I don't put down New Zealand Post, but this is what we face as the challenges. For opportunities, we are working, although with limited funding, I've started working with the labeling of houses. There are 10 constituencies in the main island. We've finished 1 and 2, just labeling the houses that it would be easier for us for delivery. And one thing that we face when we do this exercise is the land system in Tonga is different from other Pacific Islands and some other islands, because the land is owned by the people that lives there. And some of them, families have migrated, but their relatives are living on that land. So that is an issue for us, but we are working and start labeling. Without government intervention, Tonga Post, it's whatever fund that we can come up with, we start labeling our houses and see if there's an improvement for us for delivery purpose. An opportunity for us that we are experiencing, if even with those that I've shared today, is the digitization of our operation. That is opportunities for us, and hoping after this workshop I'll be able to get assistance, because that is an issue for us. That is a weaknesses for us that we are working on. It's updating our website, our information into for people to be aware of what services that we have, because that is our weaknesses that we identify. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those perspectives from Tonga. Next, I would ask Ms. Halagi, the CEO from Tuvalu Postal Services, to please come to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm Pacific greetings to all of you. Allow me first to thank all the governments of Seychelles and the Seychelles Postal Services for the wonderful arrangements and coordination of our travel arrangements and hosting the Forum SIDS meeting here in Seychelles. And of course, thank to the UPU for the ongoing financial support that have been provided to all the delegations. Thank you very much. My name is Pula Alofa Haulangi, and I'm from Tuvalu. I've been in the Tuvalu Post for now 3 years, and I am honored and very excited to be part of this forum and to share our challenges. Coming from one of the most vulnerable islands, Tuvalu is a Polynesian island country that is located in the Pacific Ocean, comprises of 3 reef islands and 6 atolls spread out between a latitude of 5 to 10 degrees. Population is approximately 11,000. We are independent from the UK in 1978, and we have 8 islands scattered around with an official languages of English and Tuvaluan. Currency, we are using Australian and currency and Tuvalu coins, and our climate is tropical, and we are located the north of Fiji. In terms of our economy, the economy is dominated by the public sector, fishing license, marketing of Tuvalu's internet domain named .tv, sales of stamps, worker remittances, development aid, and Tuvalu Trust Fund contributed to the government revenue. Moving on to the next slide, the SWOT analysis. In terms of strength, Tuvalu Post has only one post office located on the capital, and it's most cost-effective and affordable for customers in terms of outbound mails. We are very close to the airport, the government building, banks, and main offices in terms of delivery services. And we also offer delivery services for mail, parcels, and EMS. We have government support, and we also have a delivery outlet and network located in Outer Island. In terms of weaknesses, Tuvalu posts have limited of qualified resources on specific skills and mail services. That's in terms of IT services and operational services. Non-availability of addressing system, as alluded to by the Tongan post, for ease of delivery services. And also the postcode is not available, although we are working on it, but it's an issue for us due to connectivity and having the virtual meeting with the UPU experts. Insufficient of knowledge and skills in terms of the IT services, and lack of IT equipment and computers to assist with our operation work. The equipments that we have is from 10 years, and we're facing issues with the IPS.post system, and now we are adopting the CDS and EAD. So those are the weaknesses that we have in terms of IT equipment in order for us to comply with the UPU standards. We have financial constraints due to rapid decreasing of letter and mail businesses, and given our location is very far from the market, so we're also facing transportation issues and high cost of transportation and facilities and infrastructure. We also have airline issues, as we do not have an airline, but we are depending on the Fiji Airways and New Zealand, Qantas and all other international airline services to be able to carry our mail bags. And we also have faced issues with Fiji Airways because they own the airline, and if they want to offload the mail bags, it's their airline. We can't do anything. And power supply and interconnectivity. This is one of the issues that we're also facing. Like if we have a power cut somewhere, or if we have something wrong with the electricity somewhere, it can go on 3 days without power. And the internet connectivity as well. We are using the Pacific disk, and when it rains and bad weather, we cannot do our operation work. We have to wait for a couple of days for the weather to be back to normal, then we are able to resume the operation work. In terms of opportunities, we are looking into developing network at the region for capacity building to boost our knowledge development and operations. Increase and open up to e-commerce activities, as e-commerce is now one of the strategic plan, and it's prioritized by the government. So we would like to see that e-commerce to be part of our ongoing activities. Improve in the digital experience for the growing online customers. Development of online payments, mobile app, and payments gateways. This is an issue for us civil servants, because when we also travel to, like, for these meetings or any other international meetings, and we do not have Visa cards and MasterCards, for us to be able to access those online payments and all. So we have to carry cash with us all the way from Tuvalu to Seychelles in order for us to be able to meet, our expenses here, even our hotels, our food or anything. So this is something that is in the top list of the government, working with the National Bank, but we hope to see that, moving really fast. We offer delivery services, an opportunity for us to tap into the governments, for us, for the post to deliver all the services in terms of delivering the invitation cards, even the community to deliver their luggage to the main wharf or any sort of deliveries that they required. We are looking into that opportunity and expanding of international business through strong collaborations with development partners and leveraging digitization and technology, diversification of services, and of course, UPU support and finance is one of our main opportunity in this regard. In terms of threats, changes in customs regulations of respective countries which may affect the outbound air cargoes and shipments, increasingly and growing in competition of parcel delivery, which can affect growth, changes in governments and political, and opening up of postal sector to other competitors. This will really affect our small operation. And of course, climate change is one of the main issues to our small island states, especially with Tuvalu surrounded with sea and very low-lying island. And sometimes in the beginning of this year, we faced a very strong wind from January until mid-Feb. And the airline from Fiji couldn't able to provide that services, so we had to we couldn't able to send a mail, the outbound mails, and also the inbound mails. We couldn't receive that on time. And also during the week, we have only 3 weeks free flights on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. And with that, thank you very much.
Thanks to both of you for your perspectives on the Pacific. Next, we're going to move to the Indian and Atlantic Oceans and countries represented there. So I would kindly like to invite our host, Ms. Mariella Buisson, the Chief Executive Officer of the Seychelles Postal Services, to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you once more on our shows. I'm Sabrina from the Postal Services, and I will give you a brief summary on Seychelles and its post offices. The Seychelles is an archipelago in the Indian Ocean, which comprises of 115 islands, most of which are not permanently inhabited. Slides, please. Seychelles, being the smallest country in Africa, both in size and population, has 42 granitic islands and 73 coralline islands, plus 7 reclaimed islands, and a good example is the Eden Island. Mahé being the most populated island, followed by Praslin and Ladig. And just to remind you, Praslin is our home for the biggest nut in the world, the famous coco de mer. Mahé has an area of 455 square kilometers. Mahé extends to 27 kilometers north to south and 11 kilometers east to west. The capital of Seychelles, Victoria, is located on the main island of Mahé. Mahé is centrally located in the Indian Ocean and connected by numbers of airlines serving the tourism industry. Tourism is the most important non-government sector of the Seychelles economy. About 15% of the formal workforce is directly employed in tourism. Seychelles, a tropical paradise known for its pristine beaches, crystal clear waters, and lush green landscapes, has made it a remarkable destination. Only last year, more than 350,000 visitors disembarked on our shores. This is 3 times the population itself. The Seychelles Postal Services, SPS, is a government-owned company established in 2010. It was previously a government department and has been in existence since the 1860s, more than 160 years ago. There are currently 5 post offices, 3 on Mahé, 1 on Praslin, and 1 on Ladig. SBS employs 105 employees and serves a population of more than 107,000 people. Now let us take a small view on our analysis, the postal analysis. Our strength. Airline connectivity. Of course, being connected worldwide is one of our biggest strengths in the postal sector. Competitive pricing. Our prices are very affordable for the population. Online payment for services. The post office accepts online card payment for our services. Philately collection, diversification of business. Of course, we expand our services to gain a head start on inevitable changes in the marketplace. Philately, collection stamps, first day covers, and other philatelic products. Good cooperation with customs. The SEPOS have a very good cooperation with customs. We meet monthly for our discussion, and we have already drafted our MOUs ready to be signed. Many services under one roof. The Postal Services serves all its services under one roof. E-commerce. E-commerce is booming with increasing access and availability of internet. As you will know, we all enjoy sitting in comfort, ordering everything through our smartphone. Gift shop. Sepos has its gift shops where we sell our stationeries, our souvenirs, and other gifted items. Door-to-door delivery as additional service. Late last year, the Seychelles Post Office managed to set up the door-to-door delivery at a very reasonable price, and it is growing in demand. EMS is competitive and growing. Our weaknesses. Integration of the system. Trying to link together existing system to the new system in the modern world of it connected by internet. Employee capacity, lack of knowledge, lack of training, no addressing system. This is causing increase of returning items because of poor addressing, wrongly addressed items. USO cost versus reality of expenses. space issues, limited space for our volumes, small items for outbound mails, and network connectivity. Poor network quality, slow data transfers. Our opportunities. E-commerce volume. Of course, e-commerce volume keep increasing, and we will take this opportunity. E-commerce transit hub. With our new project of a warehouse, this can be considered. I know Sapua is looking for a sub for the southern region of Africa, and this is an opportunity for the Seychelles Post. Outbound e-commerce website for local businesses. This can be considered for our local artisans to open apps with the post office where they can sell their items. Government services, digital philately. This will save time, minimize return mails items due to wrongly addressed unbranded products. Cafe, leasing our premises as a cafe. Improve last mile delivery, how to beat the traffic, how to beat congestion. Grow customer base, find ways to increase the number of a loyal customer, digital addressing, DTC marketing, direct consumers marketing through SMS, emails, or on social media, and new regulatory framework. Our threats. Climate change. Of course, climate change can cause damage to infrastructures, increase in diseases, affect our workforce, drop in tourism. Tourism drop over the pandemic affects is profound. We must find ways to adapt to changing circumstances, face the challenges, and strive to recover. Career competition. Career competition is very fierce. We must collaborate, adapt, and innovate to overcome challenges and thriving amidst competition. Cost of USO, reduction in custom allowance, supplier chain issues, and costs in general due to currency in fluctuations. Okay, this is the end of the slide. Thank you very much for your attention. And please, before you leave the island, take every moment you have to go around the islands and make memories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. I'm sure you don't have to ask any of us twice to explore this beautiful country of yours. So thank you very much. Next, I would like to invite our speaker from the Maldives, Ms. Sharuma Amanath, who's the Assistant Managing Director at the Post there, to come to the stage to make her presentation.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. I'm Amnet Sharma from Maldives Post Limited. Looking into the first slide, please. Looking into the country information, we lies in the southwest of Indian Ocean subcontinent, which is near to Sri Lanka and India. Sometimes we are too small that we could not recognize in the world map also. Maldives consists of 1,190 small islands, out of which 188 islands are inhabited, and over 160 are tourist resorts. So the capital city is Male, and it's around 300 square kilometers. And we have a population of 521,000 as of 2022. And our official language is Divehi, but we used to use English and Divehi as well, both languages. And we are 100% Muslim country, and the economic revolves in around the tourism. Looking into the company profile, Postal Services was established in Maldives in 1906 and was initially as Maldives Post was a government department and transformed into a government-owned company in 1994. So we have domestic network comprises of 13 sub-post offices and 172 agency post offices and 3 post offices in the capital city of Male. And we provide both postal and non-postal services from the government agencies. And recently in 2015, we have embarked to the e-commerce sectors, which we have e-commerce, our own brand called e-Tukuri. Looking into SWOT analysis, we have the largest network, both international and local, in the country, which our competitors does not have. And we have a one-stop service center providing postal services and non-postal services, which includes bill collections and passport collection and other government services from the counters. And we have the prices of our products are affordable and reliable. And we have a skilled and experienced workforce, and also we get assistance from our postal, from the Asian postal administrations. We have established operational guides and procedures, and we have a huge efficient delivery, which we use big post stations, which are self-lockers. We have more than 6 outlets in the Malay region, so it is very convenient for customers to collect their packages at their own convenience. They are open 24/7, and we have diverse product portfolio and full support from the government services, as we are the designated postal operator of the Maldives. And we have international funds and supports. Most of the funds, most of the operational equipments we used in our operation are mainly initiated from the QSF fund. So in this point, I really thank the UPU and the QSF for helping us in our operation development. Looking into weakness, we are still handling our operation mainly. Most of the operations are handled in manual, and geographical disperse of islands leads to a high operational cost, which we depends on the private sector in transportation. So we don't have a scheduled ferries to transport our mail bags to the remote areas, so which leads for us to attempt the delivery on time. And lack of technology in operation and in service areas, as I have mentioned, most of our operations are manual, and high turnover rate in key areas such as operational in delivery areas, because in capital city it's very difficult for us to deliver due to high-rise building and also unlabeled address, which have shared with other postal administration as well. And we have lack of control our postal agents which are located in the remote area because the infrastructure is not well developed, so the technology enhancement is very low in those areas, so it's very difficult for us to get the delivery information from the agents. And lack of storage space for mails and operation processal handling. We have very limited space for operational, and it's quite difficult for us to cater the incoming mail bound which we are receiving now. Looking into opportunities, we have embarked to e-commerce in 2015. We have collaborated with Singapore Post to introduce the e-commerce service in Maldives Post. So we are in a model of co-sharing model, which enables customers to consolidate their packages from the online shopping and bring it to Maldives. And also it enables the restriction of shipping, like some Amazon and some other online shoppers, they don't provide shipping to Maldives. So these services enables to the customers to bring their item and goods to Maldives. And also we have expanded these services to the locals, which the local community online shoppers, they can register into our platform and sell their goods to the customers within Maldives. And also we have expand the service to the local communities for the local producers in islands to sell their local products in our platforms. And looking into the opportunities of domestic postal, we have new model of operating some post offices and automation of operations, and we are in the process of incorporating extra government services into our agencyship. And also we are in the process of strengthening the domestic network. Now we are collaborating with local council in remote areas to provide the postal services, which will enable the real-time EDA transfers and enhance the domestic postal network in future. So in this case, once we finish this project, it will be easy for us to track and trace our items from the local remote areas. Looking into threats, continued development and growth of courier services in Maldives. If we look into the pre-COVID, we have only just 3 courier services in Maldives. But now we have 22 courier services in Maldives. So it's very challenging for us to operate in a competitive market, and as well as to provide the USO obligation, because the international and local couriers, they only operate in the lucrative area in capital city. But on the other hand, we have to provide the services through the nation. So in early, we used to cross-subsidize the revenue we generated from the Malay city to operate the domestic postal network. But now, since there is a high competition, the market is dispersed, and we are getting a very low percentage of the market share from the lucrative area. So it's challenging for us in cross-subsidizing to enhance the domestic postal network. So we are in collaboration with our regulator to reform the postal sector and have a new regulation in regarding to operate the courier services in Maldives. And also, we have the high transportation cost, as we are depending on the private sectors for the mail transportation, and it's mostly use the sea mail because all our islands are in the remote areas where their airlines are not fly. So we used in the private sector, so the cost of the mail conveyance is very high for us to deliver the mail to the remote locations. So as I have mentioned earlier, we have lack of agency control over the agency postal officers. This brings a huge impact on our quality and the delivery standards. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I would like to please call Mr. J. Raj Itu, who's the Business Development and Marketing and Communication Manager from the Mauritian Post.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. So I'm Jay Rajidu from Mauritius Post Limited. I'm also officer in charge in the absence of the CEO. That's why I'm here today. My presentation is as follows. The first slide, please. So Mauritius is in the Indian Ocean, as already you know, and approximately distant from some countries, Réunion Island, Madagascar, as you see in the slide here. We are not so far from Seychelles, about 1,240 kilometers away, and we have a currency, what we call Mauritian rupee. The weather in Mauritius is normally the temperature varies to 25 to 35 degrees, and temperatures are higher during the wet season from November to April and cooler during the dry season from May to October. The population, we have, next slide please. No, you have moved so far. You have to, no, it's not good. Please back to the first slide please. Yes, the next one. So before I move to that slide, let me first of all to talk about the population. We have 1,261 million inhabitants, according to our Central Bureau of Statistics. Mauritius is a melting pot of cultures, reflecting its history of colonization and immigration. The population comprises of people from Indian, African, Chinese, and Europe. Language, we speak the official language of our republic is English. However, we speak also French and Mauritian Creole. The economy, Mauritius has a robust and diverse economy with key sectors in this tourism industry, including tourism industry, the sugarcane, textile, and financial services. The next slide, please. So what you see that our national flag, Mauritius gained independence from the British colony in March 1968 and became a republic in 1992, symbolizing the transition of full sovereignty. We're located in the Indian Ocean. Mauritius is an island known with its white sand beaches, coral reef, and mountain. The capital is Port Louis, and it is also well known for your holidays, especially for honeymoon. The next slide, please. So this is our national bird dodo and our national flower, Trochesha botanima. So Mauritius has gained international acclaim of its economic success, political stability, and commitment of environmental conservation. So why not have a look to our postal services? We call postal services postal service and non-postal service. What you see now is most of you know about these postal services. These are the services that we offer, and we all know these services. Can we now look for the second slide? Next slide, please. Yes, these are the added value services which we normally cater in the marketing department. So we also offer a clearance of letterbox facilities, which mean that corporate bodies ask us to ask this service. We normally get paid for that, to clear the letterbox. This is a new for some of you maybe. We have a personal and secure delivery, which means that we have introduced for delivery of bank card, and we deliver it directly to the customer, which means if the customer is not here, we can't deliver it to anybody at home. This is called a personalized and secure delivery, where most of the bank institutions are using it. The third one is a pickup and delivery service, which means normally you know that when you have at the post office, we only deliver. Now we have changed the way of doing the delivery. We go and pick up from A, B to B, pick up from B, from a company, and deliver to C, meaning a customer. It's a new service, so we get paid for that. And we have also what we call an integrated mail room service. Normally what happens is that our core business is to deliver, and most of the corporate bodies, they don't get time to process the envelope, and they come to the post office. We do the integrated mail, that is, have the envelope, print sometime the letters, and insert it in the envelope, stick the envelope, and then we deliver. These are the additional services that we offer. We also offer direct mailing if you need to do it mailing from any corporate. So we have the addresses. Then we ask them to pay Mauritius Post. We will find out the addresses if they have a marketing service to do. We also do pick up and delivery on non-document, which means whatever you have, you just call us and Ivan will come and pick up the product. The last one is an address mailing. That is distribution of flyer. This is to create awareness of your product, and most of the companies use these because we know that normally we have social media, but sometimes when you have a flyer, everybody at home will read it. This is our main added value services for marketing. And of course, for the courier services, you will be surprised maybe, we are marketing our EMS. This is our main and priority. But we have also an MPEX, which we have discussed with international DHL, that is come closer and rapidly for international courier. We have also created drop center for FedEx courier, which means when you come to the post office, you have a choice. You can use EMS. Of course, we will sell EMS first, and then you have also the opportunity to get FedEx. If your company has an agreement internationally, then you use Mauritius Post as a drop-off center, and we get paid for that. We have also an inland courier service, which means that, you know, because we have e-commerce, and when you have e-commerce international, we have it domestically for SMEs. So we have created a special panel, a special unit to cater for the delivery. And we have also one what we call an EMS corporate. This is cater for corporate bodies only with an attractive price. Next slide, please. So if you move on, we call it e-post services. That is e-commerce, payment online, home delivery for SMEs. These are what we classified as e-post services. We have e-track and trace. We have e-telegram. All these are electronic. And we have a digital signature certificate that people come to the post office to get it. We have e-ticketing. We have also digital screen services. We have at least 25 strategic point in the post offices where we offer a screen and we sell it for advertising. We call it advertising for corporate, digital advertising for corporate. And we also use our website to sell what we call a web advertising on our page. So let's move on to the agency services. Here, what we call non-postal service. This is also very important. I know that I have a presentation on financial services tomorrow. I will maybe elaborate on these things. So people come what we call one-stop shop in the post office. When they are in the post office, they will have the opportunity to do mailing if you want to purchase a stamp, but they can also do the payment for utility bills, that is electricity bill, water bill, telephone bill, under one roof. That is, they don't have to move from one office to the other. They get it in what we call our post office, because we have a network of 140 post offices around the island, including Rodrigo Island. So these are the agencies that we are working with. We have parking fine. If you have a fine on the road with the police, you come to the post office, you pay it immediately. If pension payment for pensioners, the government is working with us. We have renewal of your motor vehicle license. You have post assurance. We call it post assurance, so you can pay your premium at the post office. We have a non-banking institution called NanoSayo. You have a micro lending, which you can pay the installment in the post. We have also a basic banking service for a bank. People can withdraw and deposit money. We have Rogers Capital and SIM are those giving, they are not banking institution, but they're giving loan to customers. And customers can just use the purse to pay the installment directly. So next slide, please. Let's move to the SWOT. This is for the post normally, not for my country. So we have a strong brand awareness of mail service and long established presence. We have 200 years existent in Mauritius. We have 114 post offices with a strategic location. Existing infrastructure, which in logistic, inventory management, warehousing capacity. Existing strategic partnership across ecosystem and with a wide range of products and services. So if we move to this next slide, please. So I've noted only two weaknesses. We have a high cost base, because the staff cost is so huge, and this is normally happen to most postal administration. And we have inadequate technical development and interaction at front office. This we are working toward it. The next slide, the opportunities. So opportunities with the scope of strategic partnership to enhance product offering. We are working on it. Growing e-commerce market and rise on online shopping. We have actually the presence of several partners that contacting Mauritius, and we are looking forward to look for international work with Seychelles, Madagascar, and Réunion. We will have discussion on it later on. So we need partnership. We have a growing SMEs business. For SMEs, let me just tell you that we have created what we call online purchase of SMEs on our website. We give them special page. People buy online on our website, and then we do the delivery. So we have facilitated SMEs, growing expat population, and money transfer. We have also money transfer from RIA, from the post, and we also have money changer already implemented, and strategic located and ideal for property development. For this page, please don't move. Mauritius is dedicated to strategic plan in Indian Ocean, and we are working for the project what we call Transit Mail, and we want to be a corridor, to have this corridor for e-commerce, which means we want an e-commerce hub, to be an e-commerce hub to facilitate product from China coming to Mauritius and sent to Madagascar, sent to Seychelles, sent to Réunion Island, and even to African countries. So this project is ongoing. I have so many discussions. I will have discussion with all these countries today after the meeting. Next, please. So, yes, before just moving for thread, I know that Mauritius Post is working, we have a project with e-commerce, and this we are with Mail Americas, and I think the representatives here, we are going to discuss further. We have to ship to My ID. This also is another project for international, so we are going to settle all these projects thanks to this workshop. Now, for the thread, so we have an advent of digital application, as you all know, for payment of utility bill. So people are coming to the post to pay. If we don't go for an application for apps for Mauritius Post, definitely we will in a bad situation. We have an agile competition from big established players and newcomers with customized product offering. Of course, we have to work on it. And a loss of customers across segment, definitely because of competitors. Thank you, and I will meet you tomorrow for another presentation on financial services.
All right, thank you very much to all of our speakers this morning. I think we have a very well-rounded view of the state of postal services in various small island developing countries now. And I'm sure that many of you might have your own comments that you'd like to make, so we'd like to take this opportunity to invite you to take the floor to give us your feedback. If you're interested in making a comment, could I ask you just to raise your country flag, if I can see it with my poor eyesight? I don't see anyone taking the floor just yet, so maybe we'll take another break after our next presentation, just in case. Start thinking about some questions that you might have or some comments that you'd like to make. Then next I would like to invite, please, Mr. Walter Trezick, the chair of our UPU Consultative Committee, to explain a little bit more about what the committee does at the UPU.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'm representing the wider postal sector players, so don't be afraid. We are here to help you. We are here to help you, and how and what the UPU Consultative Committee really is the theme of my presentation. So a lot of things have changed since 2016. The first stage was to re-establish a working consultative committee. We did that in the Istanbul cycle, leading to the Abidjan cycle, and I'm very happy to say that since the 1st of July 2022, there is a new consultative committee. The new consultative committee is designed to represent the wider postal sector players. So not the designated operators and not the governments. They can act as observers, and they are very welcome, and in most of our meetings there are a lot of designated operators and governments present. That's very good, because we need to be as close as possible linked to each other. The postal sector players currently represented, next slide please, quite a bunch of wider sector players. I'm very happy to say that with our latest members, and I'm very grateful to the executive management of the UPU supporting us there, we are representing close to 80% of global e-commerce. 80% of global e-commerce. Unfortunately, most of that e-commerce is outside of the networks of the UPU. We're also representing, since last week, I guess, about 80% of the manufacturers of envelopes and packaging material. That's very important because we need all that data for our sustainability goals. So packaging is highly important, and the more sustainable that package is, the better for the environment. And also a number of associations, like my own association, E-Commerce Europe. E-Commerce Europe is representing more or less all of Europeans' e-commerce. 80% of global e-commerce is represented. And of course, the question immediately comes, why are those people there? Most of them are perceived as direct competitors to the UPU. Well, the answer is very simple. They are there because they recognize the UPU, the Universal Postal Union, as a clear unifier of networks and applications. The UPU is setting global standards and is harmonizing those standards, not only for the postal sector, but also in close collaboration when it comes to digitalization with customs, with transport security, product safety, and of course, sustainability. Next slide, please. We currently have 47 members, so our aim is quite clear. We would like to add at least the same kind of membership to the UPU this year. We are sustainable when it comes to our own budget. We tripled our membership since the new Consultative Committee has been founded, and those members are paying considerable membership fees. I see some of our members here. When we move through the membership classes, you have the NGOs still on the basis of 5,000 Swiss francs a year, and it goes up to the gold membership class, where companies like Amazon and others pay 20,000 Swiss francs a year. That's quite considerable, but it is not the end of the line, because those companies are there to collaborate and also to gain access to products and services of the UPU, recognizing the UPU as the only organization when it comes to a digital network to exchange data on each and every postal item in real time. So we are currently preparing a proposal for the upcoming S5 to have a new membership class building onto initiatives the UPU-CC is currently driving, which is very close to our main focus to serve the UPU. To serve the UPU and the designated operators to regain volumes. All those members you saw are within the UPU Consultative Committee to join the designated operators to do what you do best. It's the universal service provision. What all those members would like to see is an enhanced electronic digital universal service provision, where data in advance steers delivery at last mile, fully interconnected to customs, fully interconnected to transport modes like airlines, like maritime, like rail, like road. And these are also targets for new UPU-CC membership applicants. And I'm very happy to say there are some of those airlines already in the pipeline. Why? Because the UPU and its network, its products and services actually have data they are currently lacking when it comes to international harmonized data. Next slide, please. We are very active when it comes to our members, and this is, of course, not me being active, it's our members being active. And if I look to our little brochure, I see several there. We have Ship to My ID. I see our colleagues from Crypto Stamps here. I see Mail Americas here. I see others who are very active when it comes to collaboration with the postal restricted unions, bringing volumes back to the designated operators. This is my key focus. And I seem to be quite happy to announce that, and this comes to the next slide, please, that we are moving into clear initiatives to bring those volumes back. I'm grateful to an African postal service, Morocco Post, took an initiative we call the Postal Prosperity Zone Initiative. This is one of our initiatives, and it's currently the Lighthouse Initiative. Next slide, please. So what is it all about? Well, to summarize what I heard already here in the last couple of presentations, 90% of all e-commerce is currently delivered by 10% of all courier, express, and parcel delivery operators. 50% of all that e-commerce is already happening in fully interconnected warehouse environments. Tracked volumes of the UPU left the network considerably, possibly more than 50%. B2C items are delivered using harmonized electronic advanced data. The UPU is a champion in that. Pre-lodging of electronic documents is vital when it comes to customs and other transport-related modes. Vendor registration schemes switch the liability directly to those vendors. This is all about electronic interfaces, or better known as marketplaces, web portals, social media, mobile media. And of course, sustainability will dominate our discussions in the years to come, up to 2050, where we have to reduce our footprint by 85%. 85%. This is a total change, and it's all driven by data digitalization is the overarching scheme. Next slide, please. So what is the current status? What was the reason why we speeded up this one initiative of the Consultative Committee? It's very simple. And this gives you the 4 pillars of what we identified. When it comes to the electronic interfaces, that $6.4 trillion business, which should be dominating the work of the destination designated operators daily, we found out that the volumes are taken by the consolidators. Some have been mentioned. They are not taken by the destination designated operators. This is led to direct interconnectivity of those designated operators to electronic interfaces. They cannot do that. The next thing is a lack of track and trace and an interrupted supply chain. It's an interconnectivity problem again. The designated operators at destination are at the mercy of mediators. The third one, additional costs for postal channel when it comes to the interconnectivity of the presentation and collection of customs and input fees and clearance at destination. You should have actually a beneficial customs treatment. This must be based on data, but due to the other 2 legs already explained, you don't have it because you are at the mercy of an intermediary. And the fourth one is, when it comes to bondage fulfillment, most of the designated operators are not even offering that. So the cash flow is directly affected when it comes to the electronic interfaces or e-commerce. And that's one of the leading reasons why so much volume was lost, and of course accelerated by global crises like COVID and like the air freight crisis. Next slide, please. So the Postal Prosperity Zone initiative is taking that on, and the best news on that slide is all that is immediately doable because IT has been deployed with all those designated operators already since it was mandatory by the 1st of January 2021. So I'm talking about the IPS and the Customs Declaration System and the mandatory electronic advanced data. It's all there. You can fully interconnect to any electronic interface, any web page, any web service, any marketplace can be directly connected to your destination designated operator. You can actually apply a barcode on a parcel anywhere in the world following the UPU regulations. It's not the S10. No, we can't do that. But it's the S26. And the S26 is actually much better because you can connect it directly to transport and freight modes, solving problems with airlines, giving direct access to that data airlines don't have in their master airway bill. The UPU has that data in a highly secured environment called the PostNet. When it comes to the harmonized electronic advanced data, the UPU is a world champion in that. Even the European Union followed it. Yeah? Obviously, the UPU in the EU can't use the same kind of data, but it is similar and it can be mapped according to the UN CFACT data. UPU is a clear champion there, and we are underselling it currently. Beneficial customs, an import treaty. Get fully connected using electronic advanced data, the CDS and ASICUDA, and move your beneficial treatment directly into the full digitalized environment, linking the marketplaces directly to your home country, providing a fully electronic service. Import compliance, tax collection, transport and security can be fully done based on that data directly by the destination designated operator. You can even control subcontractors delivering in certain areas you might not be able to deliver right now, but you have the dominance of data. You are the first logistics operator, and you can steer them. Get the data, use the data, deploy the data. Control and supervision of those commercial contracts is done by the destination designated operator through the PTC's postnet. So if somebody does something wrong, if somebody tries to use your DO as a stepping stone, you can switch that operator off immediately. It's your discretion and not the government's or the regulator's discretion. You're extremely powerful. Is that doable? Well, we are currently moving into a project phase with Morocco Post, and very closely, of course, with the PTC and other stakeholders. With our stakeholders already mentioned on my slide, the direct interconnectivity of marketplaces is possible. This is doable, and as far as we move down the road in that project, there's nothing stopping us right now. It seems to be extremely feasible, and by summer we're going to have a blueprint for all of you, to roll out and directly connect to our members who represent 80% of global e-commerce. They are waiting for it. They know that you are the champion in your country, on your territory. You are the destination designated operator. By definition, you provide the universal service in each of your countries. You should do that and control it and be in charge of it and earn the money e-commerce can actually provide to your countries. Next slide, please. So this is the current setup we are doing in Morocco. You know that slide, of course, because it's very similar to the major slide you're all familiar with, the famous slide about the UPU Global Postal Model. Yeah, it's all built on that. We are working already closely with carriers. The two largest carriers for the express industry are our direct members. Yeah? So it's not DHL, and it's not UPS, and it's not FedEx. It's SF Express, the Chinese carrier, and Chinao. Yeah? They're much bigger than the three I mentioned previously, but the other three are also members through the Global Express Association. So we are currently testing that. The first testing results will be hopefully be ready in a couple of months. And if you're interested in that, if you're interested in e-commerce volumes, my secretary is here. I'm here. We are more than eager to show you how that works. Next slide, please. So already this is taken out of the presentations, the latest presentations we do together with Post Morocco. And I'm very, very happy also to stress that that project is funded by another member of the Consultative Committee. It's funded by the ADS group, which is an African development group. And the project management office is run by Logistic Natives, another member of the Consultative Committee, currently present here. The DG of Logistic Natives is in the room. They are providing the project management office. So the UPU Consultative Committee members, and in particular funded by Africa, is running the project for an African postal service, and I'm very proud for that. So Africans are funding a project for African designated operators on African soil to increase exchange of e-commerce items to Africa. Next slide, please. The building blocks are quite clear. So the PPZ owners are the UPU member countries and their designated operators. It is therefore a project of a member country. So it's a bilateral project. It's fully commercial. We have clear principles, the three golden PPZ rules. We use the delivery service solutions of the destination designated operators. The postal customs clearance is done by the destination designated operators, and also the return solutions are done by the destination designated operators. So you see, this is done for the UPU member designated operators. It's based on the use of existing UPU IT solutions and electronic advanced data messages, and the product is based on the UPU existing postal identifier S26, which links the parcel created and fulfilled directly to the destination designated operator, and gives you full control. Next slide, please. There is the difference between the S10 barcode and the S26 barcode. The most important is the barcode seen down there. It links the postal item directly to the freight and transport mode. This is extremely important because it solves a number of air cargo, maritime cargo, and rail cargo problems. I'm very happy to say that we have the full support here of one of the leading maritime cargo companies worldwide. Maersk, a member of the Consultative Committee, is deeply involved in that because they need that kind of proof of concept for various international projects, linking postal flows, express flows directly to freight and transport is extremely important and timely because in master bill levels, certain items necessary for customs are lacking. Again, the UPU has that contract level information, even in the simplified data set. This is most important for customs. Next slide, please. Again, but for the sake of time, I'm moving on. If you want to see that slide again, it's in our reports, which are directly accessible on the UPU's homepage under PPZ. You will find all those documentations in more detail if you're interested on our homepage of the Consultative Committee. Next slide, please. How to engage? How can you join? Well, the PPZ initiative is a bilateral initiative, so it's not driven by the POC or by any other project. It's driven by the Consultative Committee, but most importantly, by the member countries. So if you're interested in that PPZ project, then you need to write a letter to the UPU Director General indicating your interest in becoming a member of the PPZ initiative. Currently, Morocco is leading the project, and therefore also the engagement with Morocco Post is very important because the CEO of Morocco Post took the lead to test all that and to create the blueprint for all other designated operators. The UPU is a union. If we work something to that extent, it should be open to every other designated operator, and that's exactly the principle we are following. To make it as transparent as possible, please, if you're interested, send a letter to the DG. The DG will then respond accordingly, giving you the full support, and then we would ask logistic natives and possibly other funders to help us to establish the necessary project management office in close collaboration with the IB. Next slide, please. I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. There are further sample letters. Quite interestingly enough, also a European EU Postal Service already joined the initiative. They are starting to be very, very active because Romania Post is in quite a special situation currently. They are very active when it comes to the PPZ currently, and we're going to see very interesting results there as well. They would like to be more a transit hub, especially when it comes to China. Next slide, please. Yes, there you can see the information I already mentioned. Let me point out again, the PPZ initiative is one of the initiatives of the consultative committees. Others are following soon. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walter. I hope I wasn't too strict with my note to please be brief this morning, because we've actually found ourselves a little bit ahead of our agenda. So we're going to invite the next two speakers who would have been after lunch to make their remarks. Then we'll move on to some comments, and then we'll move on to lunch. Of course, as the UPU is a UN specialized agency, international cooperation with other UN organizations, intergovernmental bodies, and international organizations is very important. So next we have two speakers from some of our partner agencies. The first I will invite is Ms. Nancy Sundberg, who's a Senior Program Officer at the International Telecommunications Union.
Good morning. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here with you today, and I wish to start by thanking UPU for inviting ITU to be part of this esteemed event. And I also wish to thank the government of Seychelles and Seychelles Postal Services for their wonderful welcome and hospitality. So I'm Nancy Sundberg. I'm a Senior Program Officer working on regulatory and sector reform in the telecom and ICT sector. For those of you who are not familiar with the International Telecommunication Union, we are a specialized agency for ICTs, and we're working to bring the benefits of digital technologies to everyone through universal, meaningful connectivity and sustainable digital transformation. We work with member states, and we also have more than 900, I think we reached 1,000 sector members, and including private sector companies, academia, and civil society. So I think I don't need to say that today digital impacts all sectors and aspects of our life. Just think how coming here, what we would have done without connectivity. Digital platforms can enable remote learning, they can enable access to telemedicine, and also mitigating the adverse effects of isolation. If you think of e-commerce platforms, they can also help local businesses to reach global markets, as we heard this morning, in particular for ICT-enabled services, while digital financial services can provide access to banking for populations that are otherwise unserved. ICTs, as we heard again this morning, can also support tourism, an important economic sector for many small island developing states, by enabling digital marketing and improving the visitor's experience through innovation. Next slide, please. So for all of these digital services to happen, connectivity is a prerequisite. It's about enhancing ICT infrastructure, which is critical. So connectivity programs and their funding focus on supply-side strategies that encourage investment in the deployment of last-mile and backbone network infrastructure that are essential for network extension and broadband access. If you look at local level, this includes investment in data centers and local internet exchange points. Therefore, infrastructure mapping serves to increase the visibility of infrastructure and assets and enable the optimization of investment and informs the creation of new markets. I've just put on the slide like an example of connectivity overlaying post offices in Barbados to see how mapping can serve in attracting not only investment, but also identifying what are some of the gaps in connectivity to reach some of the public services. Next, please. So where do we stand in terms of internet usage? So in 2023, 67% of the world's population, or 5.6 billion people, were online. However, this leaves 33%, or 2.6 billion people, unconnected. What our data shows is that connectivity is growing, but divides still persist. In small island developing states, 67% of the population were using the internet, in line with the world average. Internet use was the highest in the Caribbean SIDS, with 75%, ahead of the African SIDS, 52%, and the Pacific SIDS, 41%. In terms of mobile broadband penetration, African SIDS, there were 82 subscriptions per 100 inhabitants in 2023, just below the global average, which is 87%. And it's significantly more than in the Caribbean and the Pacific SIDS. So in terms of coverage, 85% of the SIDS population was within reach of a mobile broadband network, which is slightly below the global average of 95%. All of these statistics are taken from our ITU's facts and figures for small islands developing states that are going to be released this afternoon, if you want more information. Next slide, please. Yes. So in the digital ecosystem, we face new types of challenges that are requiring new regulatory measures and tools to ensure safe and secured access, navigation, and use of the digital space and services. What we see is that policymakers and regulators now deal with profound changes that have far-reaching consequences. And these include changes in business and investment models and financing of telecom ICT infrastructure, changes in the regulatory processes and approaches to foster innovative regulatory and collaborative approaches, evolving concepts such as digital identity across a growing number of services, principles such as consumer protection, confidentiality, and data protection, and end-to-end process changes such as blockchain and AI across sectors like health and finance. So a diverse set of complementary policy and regulatory tools and a wide range of governance structures can be leveraged to deliver such an enabling environment. Next, please. So the digital landscape depends on a collaborative and interdependent environment between the relevant government authorities, the regulator, other industries, and key stakeholders. And like we like to say, no one can do it alone. Governments need to establish mechanisms, formal and informal, to collaborate with industry, consumer groups on setting policies, rules, and guidelines. But silos are still common in national institutions and policy implementation. So strengthening the focus of existing formal and informal collaboration channels and moving towards outcome-based approaches will only help fast-track policy implementation and the digital transformation. And we see that the level of collaboration, whether formal or informal, among sectors is uneven. And we also see this within institutions responsible for policy setting and regulation. And we see silos between different departments, if you think of the Department of Post and Department of Telecommunications. 60% of ICT regulators now collaborate beyond their traditional sector with ministries of education, health, and government services. In 70% of the countries, coordination and collaboration have increased between the ICT regulator and the national agency driving digital transformation. Next, please. So traditional telecom and ICT connectivity policies underpin the development of national and global digital societies and markets. Leaving no one behind is a major policy objective that we've tackled for over 30 years to be fully streamlined in national connectivity agendas. Almost half of the small islands developing states are equipped with universal access or service policies in 2023. But only 14% of these countries have policies or directives or initiatives to think of that are linked at connecting women and girls and persons with disabilities, and 8% for connecting young people. And we know young people are the major, should we say, subscribers or the major assets today. More than half of the small island developing states have a national digital strategy, and over 60% a cybersecurity law. Yet, we see that data protection laws are enforced in 1 in 4 of SIDS, and national digital identity systems have been implemented in 1 in 5 of these countries. So turning to transformative technologies, 4 SIDS have adopted innovation policies and only 2 have AI policies in place. So building up enabling connectivity and digital policy together will allow SIDS to fast-track digital development and ensure no one is digitally left behind. Next, please. So according to the ITU benchmark, digital economy policy agendas in SIDS require greater attention, as these are less developed than the world average and all other regions. We see that tailored competition policies or e-waste standards are adopted in 17% of SIDS. Trade and telecom service agreements and e-commerce policies are well established in Caribbean SIDS and surpassing the world averages, while international trade agreements are lagging behind in African and Asia-Pacific SIDS. Around half of SIDS in all regions rise above the world average with regulatory incentives targeted at either telecom or digital market. And also over 80% of African SIDS do not impose specific taxes on the ICT sector, which is enabling more affordable ICT and digital services, and thus broader access to social and economic opportunities for all citizens and businesses. Next, please. So let's look at some regulatory and economic incentives. Policymakers and regulators have each a key role to play and complementary role by engaging with all stakeholders to identify the challenges and the levers that are needed to take national, regional, and global digital transformation readiness to the next level. Again, regulatory coordination in the digital landscape is key to reinforce legal and institutional frameworks for collaboration that outlines the processes, the mechanisms, and the tools to be used across sectors and parts of government. Regular dialogue across government authorities, sectors, and stakeholders group is needed to ensure stakeholders' engagement on key development in digital markets. Again, collaboration is the name of the game. And also to ensure a competitive environment in all layers of the digital ecosystem by providing incentives for incumbents, new entrants, and startups is critical to bring new solutions to the market. And these are some of the incentives that have been identified by the regulatory community at our 2023 Global Symposium for Regulators that was held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt last year. Next, please. As you may know, the 4th International Conference on Small Islands Developing States, SIDS 4, will take place in May 2024 in Antigua and Barbuda. And ITU is pleased to be organizing a high-level interactive dialogue focusing on leveraging data and digital technologies and building effective institutions for a resilient future in SIDS, as well as a potential session on Generation Connect, focusing on the youth and youth track. We will also be organizing a series of side events, and we look forward to have you intervene in some and participate in these sessions. Next, please. So since 2000, ITU has been organizing and convening a global symposium for regulators that raises awareness and improves the knowledge and understanding of the core policy and regulatory issues that are related to maximizing the potential of digital for better lives, bringing together the ICT community, but also inviting other sectors and regulators to join this global dialogue and discussions. So while the audience is for policymakers, regulators, our sector members, we also invite other institutions and other sectors to join this conversation. This year, GSR 24 will take place in Kampala, Uganda, under the theme Regulation for Impact. And one of the outcomes of GSR will be best practice guidelines on charting the course of transformative technologies for positive impact. And we hope that you will be able to join us as well to engage in this global dialogue. Next, please. So we are now moving from narrow to cross-sectoral, from silos to collaborative regulation. Leaping gaps is now more important than ever. So we need to work to ensure that connectivity is universal and meaningful. Universal and meaningful connectivity is the possibility for everyone to enjoy a safe, satisfying, enriching, and productive online experience at an affordable cost. And this slide highlights some of the tools and products that we offer to support the policymakers and regulators in their endeavors. And with that, I wish to thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sundberg. And finally, we have a presentation from Ms. Mirat Wood-Matas from the African Union Commission.
Good afternoon once again. I am Mirat Wood-Matas, Senior ICT Expert within the African Union Commission. I'll try to make it very short and brief because you are a bit tired. And then we have a discussion, time for discussion. So next slide, please. I'll try to bring the bigger perspective of the African Union. As you may know, the Agenda 2063 is a 50-year strategic plan that tries to leapfrog Africa from where we are to take where we want to be. So it's based on 7 aspirations, 20 goals, and then the implementation is divided into 10 sections. The first, it started in 2013. The first decade is the convergence. That was from 2013 to 2023. It will go to the acceleration and then impact, stability, and then influence by 2063. It's a long journey, but it only depends on our commitment and utilizing our potential to reach where we want to reach. So as I said, it's divided into first 10 years, second, third, and fourth, and fifth, the influence. Now we are in the second decade, and we have 7 moonshoots defined. So we are trying to achieve every nation in middle income category by the next 10 years. Africa is more connected via internet, air, road. Democratic institutions more responsive to citizens' needs. Africa resolves conflict without restoring to war. African values are explicit. Africa citizens are more empowered, and agenda is recognized as Africa is recognized as an equal and global player. When we try to have these 10-year strategies, or maybe the second 10-year implementation strategies, we have also flagships, projects, and programs. Why I'm bringing this to you is that the potential for the postal operators or the postal sector is tremendous in Africa. So if you see that one of the flagship is African Integrated High-Speed Railway Network, which have a master plan by 2033, connect landlocked countries to seaports, provide interconnections between different regions, parts of the Africa continent, and establish Trans-Africa beltways. And then by 2043, which is related to also the program infrastructure for Africa, the PIDA, which collects most of these projects, which are very much impactful. What's required is actually to make it work on the ground. We have also another flagship, which is a single African air transport market, SATAM, which facilitates cooperation and coordination among African states towards the development of integrated and sustainable air transport system. And we have also the African single electricity market, facilitates the integration of energy markets, trade, and system across the 5 regional pools. You may also be very familiar with the African Continental Free Trade Area, a single continental market with no trade borders for the population of 1.4 billion people, with a combined GDP of 3.4 trillion, which is very ideal opportunity for cross-border and e-commerce boom in Africa, and also something that the postal sectors also keep an eye. So the AFCFTA is expected to increase inter-Africa trade by 52.3%, deepen continental integration, increase productivity, create more jobs among the others. The World Bank also estimates that it increases African income by $450 billion by 2035 and increase inter-Africa exports by more than 80%. This is something that's determined theoretically, as I said. What is between this one and the real figure is our determination, commitment, and then know the potential that we have so that we can realize what we are talking. So the other flagship for the second 10-year implementation plan is the African Digital Transformation, which actually recognizes postal infrastructure, as I said in the morning, as a part of digital infrastructure, and requests need provision of logistic services through transformed digital postal services, and then it requests also formulation of policy recommendations, and then commitment to strength from member states to strength postal policy reform, need to define a new framework for the role of the postal sector, and also facilitate postal service access to funding for investment and infrastructure development and capacity building. The postal sector can play also a key role in achieving universal inclusivity, both in connectivity and in finance. So the African digital transformation also, it requests us to accelerate and intensify policy reform and speed up the implementation of existing decisions, as we have a number of policy decisions that we have already undertaken, but the implementation always, requires resources, so it lags a little bit behind. So you were also mentioning a number of challenges by the postal operators so far. So maybe some of the challenges, if I may say, is inescapable business model disruptions, increased competition, changing customer expectation, limited technical and financial capability, obsolete hardware and software, unintegrated system, inefficiency, low level of preparedness to embrace the change. So you might have also work here it is also the recommendation that's coming out of the improving the digitalization of the postal service, and then they requested, recommended the adoption of regulatory reform, development of infrastructure and mobile applications, development of digital postal services, linked to electronic administration, development of e-logistic, enhance of the role of postal in digital payment, development of B2C, and recommendation for support functions. This all actually should be achieved like from the start. We need to have the strategy for the improvement. So we have a number of recommendations. So how can we bring all together these recommendations? So we have to work on, setting the vision. So we have already the potential, maybe when it comes to Africa, we have also the island states in Africa as well. We can see the big potential that the continent have also, and then the postal operators see where they can explore or expand. And then setting a vision. When we set a vision, it is very important to identify the current status, the gaps, the opportunities, and the threats, analyze alternatives, and take the best path. This document is very, very, very crucial. Then we need to, the postal operators on the others, also take time for the preparation. So we have to set a time to mobilize the resources, to have the capacity in-house, to implement. Without having the resource and the capacity, then starting implementation or moving toward digitalization might be counterproductive or might not be successful. So then the preparation time is very important and necessary. So then the implementation, we must start from the basics. So if we don't have the basic connectivity, if we don't have the required electricity, we cannot move anywhere. So start from the basic, work from the basic, have the capacity. We lack the digital infrastructure. So we have to start maybe with digitalization, and then we move on digital transformation. There are steps that we have to undertake. So that is something that we need to take it seriously. And then once we have this basic infrastructure, we might start piloting our service, which is applicable to our particular situation. So we move to the scale up once we tested that service is applicable or profitable to us. We need to work, or the postal operators also need to work like a strong collaboration with stakeholders. The key stakeholders, the competitors, the government, the postal regulators, customers, partners, all on board. Those are key to sustain and then help to leapfrog or to advance the postal transformation should be in the loop, and then they need to be engaged. So then any way, so to move on the digital transformation, applying any available out there customer engagement tools and processes is vital. So if we want to move in transforming our postal offices and make profitable, I think these are small steps but critical, and also looking at the big picture and identify the potential areas where we can gain most is very important. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Marit. Of course, it's important to have a two-way dialogue, and we've saved our comments, questions, and answers period for just before lunch. So I would like to reopen the floor and ask if there's anyone who would like to make a comment on any of the presentations that we've heard today, or any of your perspectives from your country. Anyone wishing to take the floor for a comment? Okay. I see from our own house we have Alex.
Yes, thank you so much. Just a comment as a result of the presentation we heard from the CC chair on the Postal Prosperity Zone. I'd like to know if there are designated operators in this room today who have already applied to become a PPZ hub in the region among the SIDS. Are there anybody here? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know. Thank you very much. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un parmi les délégués ici aujourd'hui qui ont déjà exprimé leur intérêt et leur souhait de faire partie du PPZ? Merci de lever votre main.
Yes, sir, would you like to take the floor?
Vous pouvez prendre la parole. Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alex. Yes, I think next we have our director of the PTC.
Thank you, Kayla, and thank you to Seychelles and Seychelles Postal Services for this excellent occasion. First of all, I just want to commiserate with the senior delegates here. A lot of them arrived yesterday morning, you know, from plus 10 hours or minus 10 hours time zone, so I can understand why they are a bit quiet today. I do hope they will engage as the forum continues. Now, I first of all want to thank the Deputy Director General. He strongly encouraged me to arrive, to join this particular forum, and I understand why now. Very, very wise decision. The Postal Technology Center, as you may not know, is actually owned by you, Postal Services, because you are members of the governance body, the Telematics Cooperative, of which there are 170 DOs. And I'm happy to say most of you here are also members of the Telematics Cooperative. So you drive the direction of technology, and you, of course, very much work towards improving the technology for all postal services. Now, an important point is it is important that we strengthen the entire postal supply chain. So I must say the learnings I have received already from the presentations this morning have been very, very useful from my perspective, and of course, for the PTC. So we'll take home this learnings already from the presentations from the small islands and use this to work to improve the technology, the pricing positioning, and trying to address where the gaps that you have highlighted. So thank you very much. One thing I would like to hear more, if I may just provoke you all, is I have heard very carefully the point on the youth, migrants. So you have a lot of young, educated populations leaving the countries, is to understand how you are positioning yourself to deal with incoming flows, because usually when you have large migrant groups, there is money sent home. I wonder if you are considering looking and providing solutions for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lati. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment? Okay, I don't see anyone. Then I have some very good news. Our lunch is ready, and we'll take a bit of a break now. So our ushers will kindly lead the way to the venue for the lunch. Thank you very much. Another important point, we'll resume at 2:30. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone had a very good lunch. Now that everyone's refreshed, has some food in their bellies, maybe some tea or coffee, we wanted to open the floor back up to see if there might be any comments before we start again with the presentations. Any comments from countries present today? I think we might have a remark from Antigua.
Good afternoon, one and all. Special thanks to the government and people of Seychelles and the UPU for having me here. My name is Mr. Algernon Gomes, Postmaster General of Antigua and Barbuda. Just a little bit about Antigua and Barbuda. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so Antigua and Barbuda, land of sun, sea, and sand. Our Governor General, Sir Dr. Rodney Williams, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, whose portfolio the post office is under, Honorable Gaston Brown. Antigua's coastline is intricate, with bays and headlands fringed with reefs and shoals. Several inlets, including Paramal English Harbour, afford anchorage for shipping, and the St. John's has a deep water harbor. The island has an area of 108 square miles, 280 square kilometers. It is mostly low and undulating, but in the west, there are volcanic rocks that rise above 1,330 feet at Mount Obama, formerly Boggy Peak. An absence of mountains and forests distinguishes Antigua from the other Leeward Islands. Because there are no rivers and few springs, droughts occur despite a mean annual rainfall of some 40 inches. The average temperature for January is around 77 degrees Fahrenheit, 25 degrees Celsius. That of August, 82 degrees Fahrenheit, 28 Celsius. Summer high can reach 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32 Celsius. Barbuda, our sister island, formerly Dulcina, lies 25 miles to the north of Antigua. A coral island, flat and well wooded, with highlands rising to 143 feet, 44 meters, at Lindsay Hill in the northwest. It is 62 square kilometers, it's 61 square kilometer in area. Barbuda. Codrington, the only settlement, lies on a lagoon to the west. The climate is similar to that of Antigua. Barbuda specializes in its frigate bird. Tourists come from near and far, visit Barbuda to see the frigate bird sanctuary. The majority of the population is African descent. Most of Antigua's inhabitants live in the St. John's area. The predominant language is English, and some 2/3 of the people are Christians. The single largest denomination is Anglicanism. There are also portions of Seventh-day Adventists, Pentecostals, Methodists, and Moravians. Antigua and Barbuda is a constitutional monarchy, as I said earlier, with a parliamentary form of government. The British monarch is national head of state, represented by a Governor-General, as indicated earlier. The Constitution allows for a two-chamber legislature consisting of a Senate and a House of Representatives. Executive power is vested in a Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister, who is the head of government. Primary and post-primary education is compulsory. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll now move on to a SWOT analysis of the post office. Next slide. Okay, so our strengths, we do door-to-door delivery. We know most of the population. We give low cost, diversified services, such as we do top-ups, security on parcels, registered mail, easy access to customers. We have post offices located in every strategic locations. The use of technology allows for track and trace. We have island-wide delivery. We have rental of post office boxes to customers and our satellite offices. Next slide. Our weaknesses, structural issue. From time to time, we operate in a very old building. So from time to time, we have issues, especially when rain falls. Unable to locate persons due to lack of proper addressing system, acts of God, which prevent daily delivery, low pay, low morale, internal politics, improper distribution, improper sorting, misplace of mails due to carelessness, lack of standard operation procedure, lack of consistent training. Next slide. Opportunities include improve efficiency, improve reliability, improve confidentiality, tailored business plan, courier services such as Amazon. Last slide. Our threats include other providers, courier services, weather, acts of God, not enough air carriers. That's a problem we have in the region, where the movement of mail in the region is succumbed by lack of carriers and inefficiency of carriers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gomes. Next, we'll hear from one of our wider postal sector invitees and participants, Mr. Michael Dorner, who's with Stampfinity.
All right. Dear UPU and SIDS delegates and members, dear team of the Seychelles Postal Services, dear participants of the Postal Leaders Forum, welcome back after the lunch. I hope that nobody's falling asleep. Everybody hopefully had a coffee and a cup of, or a glass of Coke or something like that. I wish you all a good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us to this forum. I feel very honored to be here. My name is Michael Dorner. I'm the CEO and founder of Various Group and the Various Group companies. We are a family-run company founded in 1964 with almost 60 years of experience in security printing, document printing, and software development. We're an Austrian-based company with the headquarters in Vienna, in Austria. We've entered the postal world, in particular philately, as a specialty stamp manufacturer just a few years ago. And we still learn about the industry day to day. And so I did today from the presentation so far, and hope to present a wonderful island countries that are here today, a way to drive their development and revenue by using a new generation of philatelic products. Today I'm here to present our philatelic branch, Stampfinity. Next slide, please. To you. At Stampfinity, we manufacture specialty stamps for philately. As we've heard before several times, philately is one of the opportunities and strengths of small islands and marks an important revenue income. In particular, I will present one of the newest developments in philately that is using blockchain technology in stamps. The so-called crypto stamps, some may have heard of it, has taken the world by storm back in 2019 already. Initially invented and developed by the Austrian Post, it took the world by storm. And what was initially meant to be a tiptoe into the new era of blockchain and crypto technology ended up being one of the most successful stamp projects of the Austrian Post. Out of the 150,000 stamps that were issued, all of them were sold out within days. So that marks not only a huge success in revenue, but also in image. So the Austrian Post really was, from then on, known to be one of the most innovative postal companies, postal organizations in the world. And ever since, the CryptoStamp family has been growing. In the meantime, we count a total of 26 countries all over the globe that are issuing CryptoStamps in one way or another. So we count our customers also in from the biggest countries like Germany and the Netherlands and Luxembourg, where we could deliver the CryptoStamps. Here you can see some samples how they look like. So our stamps, for example, come in a card shape and with the stamp inside protected. Next slide, please. So, but what is a CryptoStamp, you may wonder? Can you I just have a quick question to the room. So can you raise your hand if you heard about crypto stamps before? Okay, wow, that's actually more than I thought. That's fantastic. That's great. That's good news. So what is a crypto stamp, and why is it called crypto stamp? Basically, what Austrian Post started in 2019 was a trial to see how can they combine digital technology with a physical stamp, because everything is moving into digital, right? And I mean, nowadays we don't actually need postage stamps anymore, maybe. On the other hand, they always try to reinvent a product, and this is what they did here. So they tippy-toed into the blockchain technology to see how can it be used for future transactions, maybe for signing contracts, or, for example, to use it for customs declaration, things like these. What they ended up is being a crypto stamp, a physical stamp that has a digital twin in the blockchain. And that blockchain basically acts also, the token, the NFT in the blockchain acts as a certificate for the physical stamp. It is also protected with NFC technology, so and a lot of new technologies coming into an old world product and suddenly becoming extremely popular. It's obvious, yes, it is a collectible, but they can also be used as regular franking postage stamps. Next slide, please. So, but there's another reason why they started using blockchain. So in the philately, we know that in the secondary market, it's always very hard, or sometimes pretty hard, to tell an original from a copy. And copycats are out there. They're making use of it. They're making good money on forgery, on forged stamps. So who could you see here? This is master forger of stamps, Giovanni Jean Desperati. He was one of the best forgers out there, making stamps that looked even better than the original. So blockchain technology can actually prevent this, because you get a digital certificate of authenticity. And this is another thing that Austrian Post has included into this project, and what made it so spectacularly famous. Next slide, please. But what advantages does it actually offer to collectors? Well, it provides counterfeit protection, as I just mentioned, and confirms to the owners whether the stamp is genuine to create a secure secondary market. So even if you sell it and resell it, there's a history behind it, a seller history. That, again, drives the image of the postal company. And it also gives an easy access. So this product actually sometimes, or most of the time, is the first touch point into crypto and blockchain technology for the end users. And this was why it was such an amazing success, especially in Austria, because the Austrian government, because Austrian Post is also partially governmentally owned, was issuing, as a trusted entity, was issuing a crypto product. So suddenly there's like, okay, before that crypto was a little fishy, and there was like, oh, these NFTs and these bored apes and these monkeys and whatever, they're being traded for millions, and everybody was going like, you know, the world's going crazy, or what's happening? So the Austrian Post said, no, we'll take this the serious way, you know, down the serious road, and release these crypto stamps. And each stamp actually comes with its own wallet, but we'll get to that later. Next stamp, please. So let's take a closer look at these crypto stamps, how they're set up. As I mentioned before, they come in a card-shaped format because, and there's a reason to this. You've probably noticed in the past years that trading cards, like sports cards or these Pokemon cards, whatever they're called, these trading cards are becoming more and more popular. So we followed that trend and just integrated the stamp into a trading card. Plus, we added a couple more layers for security and also an NFC chip inside, which can be read with a smartphone. So it is a piece of high-tech technology that you hold in your hands. Of course, we have the postage stamp that can be peeled off. It has a gumming on the back. It can be used as a regular stamp. And outside of the stamp, we have a frame. So we're not delivering just a pure stamp, but inside a card, so it's protected by the collectors. The new collectors don't use their tweezers. They just have their fingers and just put it in their pockets, and they want to show it around. So we have a frame for the stamp, which also acts as a protector. Then we have a blackout area to protect the see-through codes on the backside of the card. And in the middle, we have an NFC chip with an RFID antenna. So these are also the first steps down the road to enable track and trace in the future, when we're talking high speeds, high volume sendings. It provides additional security through NFC encrypted technology, and it actually holds a crypto wallet. And this is a real new thing. So the biggest difference to all of the other NFT projects is that the Austrian Post first started, or was the world's first to actually give away crypto wallets. So it was an active wallet that you could buy in your own land, in your currency, in your own country, but you could already use it for cryptocurrency. So you can buy Bitcoins or Ethereum or whatever and learn through that process. So the whole idea was to educate the customers, to educate the people in this new technology, how to use it, to make it user-friendly and to make it frictionless. Next slide, please. On the back of the card, there are the codes to actually get access to the wallet and the digital twin. This is how this whole thing works. It's a secure document, in essence, and underneath the label, there's the secure data to get access to the wallet. Next slide. So let's do an active tour. We have some samples so that you can take a look like how it works. Oh, by the way, I want to mention right now, we have samples for all of you that we made specifically for the postal operators. You will have them, they look like this, come in a package like that. And we have enough for everyone here in the room. We have a small booth outside. And if you want, please just stop by or stop me or stop Anya and ask for some samples. We have plenty of samples for you. So what happens is you can scan the stamp with your phone. You don't need an app. You just tap it, and basically it will pop up a browser and show you that this stamp is original, who issued the stamp, what was the issue date. And because it's just for the fun of collecting, there are different NFTs or pictures, NFTs, that you can collect within one issue of stamps. This is what made it so popular among collectors. You can reveal an NFT. So when I'm thinking about the Seychelles, we were thinking about the NFTs that we can use, and we didn't really know exactly before we came here. Now that we're here for the third day, I know it's going to be the huge bats that you have, the huge nuts that you have, and among some other things. So it's also fantastic for storytelling, and it is all about storytelling. So when you collect a stamp, even the classic stamps, it's all about stories, like how was it printed? Why is this image on there? It will help generate a picture for the collectors worldwide. And I personally think that especially the SIDS, the small island countries, have a ton of stories to tell, and I can't wait to see them all. So this is the demo stamp that we made. This is the one in the package that we have here. You can all try it out and see it for yourself. You can scan the NFC, check its authenticity. You can scan the QR code on the back of the gemstone card to reveal 1 out of 5 very rare gemstones with different scarcities. Here's another example from Luxembourg last year in October. They had a joint issue with Austria and the Netherlands a crypto stamp project with a lion. Went very well, and they're continuing to work together. So there's going to be another country joining them actually this year. I'm not allowed yet to say which one, but we're working together on increasing the crypto stamp family. Yeah, there's another example of a co-branded stamp. So we did a crypto stamp in Germany with a private postal operator, Nordbrief, and they released a stamp on a German heavy metal concert called Wacken with memorabilia. So their NFTs, their collectibles, were old posters from the past 30 years. And people really loved that idea because they loved collecting the posters, and they were now digitally collecting. We have to rethink how collecting works, because we used to have physical albums, but face it or not, the truth is that especially the youngsters, they're all collecting their things online. It's a digital lifestyle. They're digital nomads. They're collecting pictures from their vacations. Everything is just stored online on Instagram and TikTok or anywhere. So yeah, so far for the crypto stamp. A last thing to maybe summarize why this is so, why it could be very important, or why it could be a thing for the Islands project. Usually these stamps are sold for approximately 10 euros or $10, roundabout, plus minus. And there's a very, very big profit margin for the postal operators, and especially because most of these stamps are used as collectibles, or they're bought as collectibles, as gifts. They're never actually, or not many are really used for franking. It is a very highly profitable product for a postal company, and also it shows innovation. It shows that you're moving towards digitalization, that you're playing around with new technologies, that you're maybe educating your own staff. And we understand that it can be very frustrating, and new technologies have a very steep learning curve, and you can't do everything at once. So we also understand there's always limited resources, but this is why companies like us, or in generally members of the CC, are here to help. So please ask questions. So yeah, so far for the crypto stamp presentation, we will present, or my colleague Anya will present a project tomorrow on a possible joint issue specifically for islands that we've put together to help develop philately for the small islands, development countries. Yeah, and if you want to get in touch, scan the QR code for my LinkedIn profile. Otherwise, just catch me wherever you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dorner. We're going to move ahead in our agenda to the roundtables. We have our first roundtable on navigating diverse seas. But while my colleagues are setting up the stage for the roundtables, I just thought I'd look to the audience to see if maybe there are any comments. If anyone would like to take the floor, please just raise your country card very high. Yes, in the back. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I can't see the name of the country from here, but it's Trinidad.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon. I just wanted to comment on Stampfinity's presentation, and we have had some experience in Trinidad, not at the level of the blockchain aspect of it, but in terms of using our philately department to philately opportunities to promote businesses, companies, even government agencies that want to commemorate certain events like the anniversaries. We actually have been putting QR codes on our stamps for quite a couple of years now in Trinidad and Tobago that would allow customers that produce these stamps to have end users be able to scan the stamps to get discounts at those entities, for instance, or to get information on government services just by scanning the stamps. So it's a really opportunity for Post with high margins to invest in your philately department, your philately opportunities. We even had one company celebrating 100 years anniversary. They're a confectionery company making candies and chocolates, and they actually put the QR code, and a portion of the stamp was actually scratch and sniff. You could actually smell the different types of chocolates or candies or confectionery by purchasing the stamp for collectible purposes. So I really want to suggest that everyone should look at that as an opportunity, a quick win for developing revenue for your posts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, in the front, sir.
Yes, yeah. So Michael from Symfinity again. I just want to add one more thing. I think besides the crypto stamps, we do a lot of these specialty stamps, you know, from different materials, from, I don't know, recycled old postman's shirts, and we made stamps out of tennis ball felt and all of these crazy things. Thank you. And what I can tell is that some countries actually, it's one of their biggest revenue incomes and profit incomes. It's the biggest market. It's very profitable. So every country should actually think about this, because it's the business card to your postal organization and to your country.
Thank you. Yes, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. John Omo, African Telecommunications Union. What is the future of manual stamps? What is the future of manual stamps? Thank you.
Okay, I see we have Mr. Trezick asking to answer that question.
Thank you very much for this question. The future of manual stamps happened already 25 or 30 years ago with the invention of digital postage marks. And the crypto stamps is the next following evaluation on that. Digital postage marks were linked directly to crypto devices, so that anyone can print stamps anywhere in the world using its own devices at home, linked to a designated operator. The one that spearheaded that was the United States Postal Service. And obviously it worked, because otherwise they would have been broke the next day. So the security is extremely high, and that security is linked directly to the specification authority of the UPU. Obviously you need standards for this, and they are in place. And the next round of standards on crypto stamps and what have you is already triggered by the fact that those new CC members became members of the UPU Consultative Committee, because they understand that rolling out these new kind of stamps needs globally harmonized standards to provide the necessary security and trust. And there's a whole new line of secured electronic postal services specifications already in the pipeline to link that to electronic documents, to link that to electronic advanced data, to link that to e-commerce. So that was only a very small fraction of what crypto stamps can currently provide. And I'm sure that we're going to see much more capabilities in the field of crypto stamps linked to individuals, to consumers themselves in the very near future. The most important part is standardization and the harmonization power of the UPU. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over to our next moderator, were there any last comments? Okay, yes.
Very briefly, two things. The first one is that the stamp, which is not traveling but stays at home in a collector's environment, is a stamp that is almost 100% return on investment for the post. Number two, in the consultative committee, we're actually currently discussing a new project, which is brand licensing, and that will include stamps for the collectors as well, but in a digital era. So for those of you who are interested, please come and speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. Now I'll hand it over to our next moderator for the first roundtable, Ms. Manale Azar.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, we have our roundtable for a topic I think that we started since this morning discussing the different topics that fall all under this umbrella topic. So let me start with a high-level introduction. Obviously, we are all gathering here today in beautiful Seychelles because there are identified common challenges, but also because we are seeing clear opportunities to be explored. To start, let me reposition with you at a high level the current context and the transformation impacting the postal sector. Obviously, the shift from letter to packets, the rise of the e-commerce in general, digitization challenges, need for diversification, sustainability efforts, cost reduction. We have the main also, which is the change in customers' behavior. Heavy competition, it was mentioned by many posts this morning how the impact of it is very important. So therefore, the challenging conditions require the post to be more agile, to adapt their approaches. Let's say not to stay in the comfort zone. So really to differentiate themselves in the market. So fostering productive partnership is really needed and crucial. And we will be discussing this with our esteemed panelists. So when I was asked to moderate this session, this panel, I was really interested to discover or to put all together, let's say, the multifaceted reach of this topic. So primarily we think about access to expertise, resources, innovation, agility, but also we can or we should put the market expansion, the diversification, risk mitigation, engagement, trust. All this will lead definitely for a successful future. So before continuing, let me please invite our panelist, Mrs. Marsha Price, Postmaster General of Belize Post, please. Mr. Isidoro Mendes Gomez, President of the Council of Administration of Cape Verde Post. Mr. Carrie Brown, Deputy Postmaster General, Jamaica Post. Mr. Ignacio Maria Mayer, VP Sales Africa and EU Mail Americas. And Mr. Santosh Gopal, Founder and CEO of CryptoMyID. I'll sit here. Please. Okay. Thank you. So let's start with Mrs. Price. Okay, collaborating with partners who offer complementary services allows postal services to enhance their offering, obviously. Can you tell us how Belize Post is adapting to the paradigm shift from letter mail to e-commerce? And maybe give us some aspects how you were able to leverage on the e-commerce business while relying on collaboration and partnerships.
When it comes, can you hear me? Okay. When it comes to collaboration, like I've mentioned, we have that weight system. So we had to collaborate with businesses such as we wanted to have that flat rate box. So in order to get that flat rate box, we had to go to a supplier and see how they can work with us for a minimum order, because usually they would want a huge amount before they produce any boxes for us. So we had that collaboration, and they were able to lobby with their international partners to bring down that minimum order level for us. So that was one aspect of it. And also to do the walk around with entrepreneurs. We visited the businesses, the small businesses, and spoke with these entrepreneurs, and they were able to tell us our prices are too high. So what we implemented was that flat rate so that they could have moved away from that weighted aspect. So that collaboration was necessary for us to do such.
So being close to the main stakeholders as well, so it's always a win-win situation for both parties. In terms of, if we can talk more about maybe putting available for selling products online, have you ventured into this sector, for example, by partnering with marketplaces?
Well, we have just, we will be launching our website next week, and that is our next step, to collab with these entrepreneurs to have their products be sold on our website. So we want to collab also with the UPU, right, because they have that, the domain and that e-commerce platform that they are setting up. So that is the initiative that we want to take next with them.
Okay, thank you. To continue on the same topic as well, so maybe with Mr. Brown from Jamaica. If we look at the new generations, millennials, Generation Z, we clearly see a shift in the consumer behavior. How Jamaica Post is catering for those changes in customer behavior?
First of all, let me thank the government of Seychelles, Seychelles Post, and the UPU for having us here. I'm grateful for the opportunity. All right, currently Jamaica, we're exploring partnerships with customer fulfillment companies because, especially since the pandemic, we see where everybody's moving online, moving away from going to a brick and mortar store. So I won't want to speak too much more on that, but we are exploring opportunities as we speak. Locally, we have a product, just for information's sake, Jamaica Post is our quote-unquote trading name, but it's really two companies. You have the Post and Telecommunications Department, which is the designated operator, and you have Postal Corporation, which was established years ago to modernize the post, but they are still there. It's a statutory body. So that, because the statutory body is more flexible, they have some of the courier services. One of them is Zipmail, which is a local next-day courier company. So you go into one of our over 200 locations. I think maybe 140 or so offers that service, and you would have your parcel moving next day. And a lot of the small businesses use it because you have persons who not only order from overseas but order locally. So that has helped us as well in terms of pushing that. And Click and Ship, which is another product that we use to do customer fulfillment as well, where you order online. It's shipped to a warehouse in Miami, and it's shipped into Jamaica. Those are a few of the things that we're doing right now. Interesting,
thank you. If I may as well maybe add this question, since Jamaica is part of the CARICOM, are you, let's say, taking benefit of this regional collaboration, if I can say, to leverage on the regional e-commerce?
Well, one of the things that I think we, as a region, we need to finalize, because there's this transportation hub project through the UPU. We had a meeting, I think over a year ago, but I think we need to bring that project to not a close, but to a start where we establish the hubs fully, because airlift is a problem in the region. You'd have heard some of the presentations. One of the threats is the whole issue of airlift and having items stuck in your posts and not moving. So I think once we have that project finalized and have the hub set up, I think it will be better for us as a region, because there's difficulty getting things out of the regions as well as getting things to each other in the region. So that's a project that I want to see.
Leverage on the volume, obviously.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And because of volume issues as well. So if that project comes fully on stream, I think we leverage some of the volume issues as well, because you'd have the 5 hubs in the region and persons would be able to consolidate and move things out of the region as well as getting things moving around in the region.
Okay, interesting. Thank you. If we continue on the same topic of e-commerce, maybe I'll address my question to one of our main partner for the Post, Mail Americas. So based on your expertise of handling of printed matters and cross-border deliveries in general, in what ways can the postal sector collaborate with Mail Americas to pool resources and eventually to bring back the volume that they lost, if we can say?
Well, thanks. The key point is the word, I believe. It's partnership, right? So in a partnership, there are 2 sides. But the idea is that both go to the same way. The ultimate goal is to bring more business, to either bring new business that you generate yourself, new volumes, let's call it, or bring back volumes that were lost. To who? Why? So that's the whole idea of a partnership. What Mail America brings to the table is the largest platforms in the world are already integrated to us because we are very strong in Latin America, where we ship 3 to 4 million parcels a month, and the biggest platforms already use us there. So they're already interconnected to us. So regarding these emerging markets that could be either in Africa, where I'm based, or different islands in Central America, the idea is that Mail Americas knows and can detect why the volumes are going elsewhere. And why do we need a partner? Why do we need the post office? Because there's not going to be a better expert in the field than the post office in destination. So we need from both. We need what the customers, the international brands need, and how to do it, and the post office has full knowledge of the region. So the idea is to merge those things in a partnership and work together to bring back those volumes. And also, some volumes are simply not there. So the idea is to generate them. So here you were talking about the creation of a marketplace to put, for example, the domestic, the local, vendors or suppliers in the island. Mail America has been in the business for 20 years, so it's not that we only have contacts with the marketplaces. We are also connected with the sellers, the people that actually post their catalogs on the marketplaces. So, for example, we could feed easily 1,000 sellers from UK, US, China into the local platforms. And that means more traffic for the platforms and, of course, more sales for the sellers. So it's a win-win situation. Mail America will handle the warehouses in origin, the line haul, and the post office in destination will handle the custom clearance and the last mile. So with that, you generate new volumes that were not there. And by working together, you could try to lift the standards or to detect where the post failed in order to bring back the usual volumes.
This is what's interesting. So it's not only about business development here, but also about leveraging the technical infrastructure. And by doing this for a certain flow, let's say, it will benefit all the rest of the service and of the network, the internal network. So it's a win-win situation, exactly, as you are saying. Thank you. Mr. Isidoro from Cape Verde. So in your situation, we know that joint efforts in general in expertise sharing, if you start with that, and resource pooling, help to build improved process and give or enhance, let's say, product offering. So in the case of Cape Verde Post, could you please maybe share with us some examples of resources that you used to comply with the industry trends, and how you have what did you employ, if we can say, to develop your postal business in general?
Good afternoon. Thank you for Seychelles government, Postal from Seychelles, and UPU for this event. And thank you for your question. Normally, I say that the biggest macro trends in the postal sector are the demands from citizens, regulation, digitalization, and cooperation. In Cape Verde, we transformed our post. We previously operate largely in the public administration base into the customer-oriented business entity. The strategic position was very important, but not least, so that we can respond to this new demand from citizens, such as this year, the Cape Verde Postal Office celebrated 175 years old. It is the oldest company in Cape Verde, our country. However, a citizen want a younger and modern company. In addition, that is why we launched the project to rehabilitation the postal office chain of stores across our countries. We have 34 stores, and now we have 60 complete remodeled stores with the company's new visual entity. We have a ongoing rebranding project, a new store concept with better accessibility and more service. In addition, this has only been possible because we have mobilized the public and provide a partnership. Two, we also transformed our post into a multi-service company. At this moment, through intelligent partnership, in our store, customers pay invoice, receive and send money. We are the representative for MoneyGram and Money Exchange in Cape Verde. Buy school books and books from other authors through the partnership we have with the National Library. Receive state pensions. So our branch, we provide bank services to two biggest national banks. More recently, we create a new business line that operators in the logistics sector, large cargo, non-postal cargo, domestic transportation and distribution, inbound and outbound with national and international partners. And finally, customers can also apply their luck in our store and become millionaires through the scratch card, the social games. Three, now for our employer to meet the customer expectation in terms of current and timely response, we had to invest in technology, infrastructure, hardware, and integrate information system. And we had to move forward with a program to optimize our staff, which began with internal assessment. We carried out of right-size structure. First, we recruit new employers. with the professional background that the company needs. 2, we recycle and train staff according to the internal priorities and needs. It must mention that we had an annual training and capacity plan and capacity building plan. We have successful implemented a pre-retirement program. By mutual agreement, employees who are 80 years away from retirement can go home with 80% of their salary granted by the company until they retired. To finish, we received the employees. We revisited the employers' plan for jobs and wage, improving the career framework and annual salary increase, because sincerely, as much as we love your jobs, that really accounting most is salary we received.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting a little bit the context of your post. Interesting. We'll delve a little bit more about the challenges you are facing and how the partnership and collaboration to be explored could help as well. Thank you. Okay, my question now to Mrs. Santos. We know Chip to My ID had the vision of one word, one network, empowered by a unified one ID system. So as the postal operator aim to enhance their operational efficiency and service quality to ultimately see an increase in their business, how or in what way can the postal sector collaborate with the Chip to My ID to benefit from those technological advancements?
Sure, thank you. That's a good question. I'll actually start with some basic concepts of what innovation actually means. And I also heard about the influence of millennials and what they expect in today's world. I'll try and connect these two dots and maybe asking some questions to the audience. I know it's coffee time, but I'll try and ask some questions to make it interactive. I guess everybody has smartphones. Do you know, on an average, in your phone, how many of you have more than, say, 100 contacts on your phone? Almost everybody. If I include your Facebook friends, your LinkedIn friends, and Twitter followers, how many of you have more than 1,000 contacts? Quite a number. All of you are from post offices. If I can ask you how many addresses you have stored for these people in your phone. I barely see any hands. And even if you had addresses, I doubt if you trust if those people live in the same house. So innovation begins from here. I don't know if you really noticed, till iPhone 3, it was called addresses. In iPhone 4, it started getting contacts. So if you are connected to thousands of people today, and if you don't have addresses, then how do you expect the post office business to grow? The ability to ship to a digital contact is one of the ways how you can boost that. These are small things and important things, and those are things which actually could change the way post offices are operating today. I personally feel post office like a sleeping dragon. It's a very powerful organization. And if you really look at within a country, you have national IDs. Every country has national ID program, and some are coming, which helps you find who this person is. And that's a government program. But there's only one organization which tracks where people live, is post office. So if you combine an identity and your current address, there is no organization in the country which can capture both and can confidently tell, this is the person, this is where he lives. So digitization in a true sense is basically ability to manage your relationships, your contacts, your addresses, and connect that to identity and make that more impactful. I think that's one of the philosophies which started. And it was driven by a millennial. I'll just take a minute to share the story how it started. It was my oldest son's 7th birthday, and we had gone to a party place. I forgot to bring the goodie bags, or what you call return gifts, for the kids. And he was very upset, naturally. And I asked him, why didn't you go in to ask his school teacher and collect their addresses and ship to them? He did go next day morning, which was Friday. And the school teacher said, I don't think I can give addresses, it's private. And to be honest, I don't even know if these people live in this house anymore. but I'll give you their email addresses. He came back and told, Dad, these are the 10 email addresses, can you ship to them? And that night I actually thought what kids want today. They don't care about physical addresses or digital addresses, they just want things to be done. And that's where the birth of Ship to My ID, how we can ship to a digital ID, whether email, cell phone, or username, that should be good enough. And that's the way we started our business.
That's very interesting. Thank you. So, in fact, while we hear about all the different companies and startups working and trying to find all those solutions, especially for our very specific, let's say, sector, we say that instead of rebuilding the wheel, as we say, or working in a silo, also to say that opportunities are here. And maybe we didn't touch a major component of the partnership and collaboration, which is the risk mitigation. As we all, or we hear, it's not about if it will happen, it's about when it will happen. So we should always be prepared and having a solid network of partners, whether from a commercial, the commercial sector or technical sector or different sectors, will really ensure our sustainability as well. The experts are here, and it's always on a win-win basis situation. Would you like to add anything about this specific topic, please? Yes.
Well, one of the things for Jamaica Post is we have been listening to our commercial persons, so commercial entities, small businesses. We are building out what you call a few premium service centers. We started with our headquarters, and we're going to some of the bigger post offices across the island, where it's a more inviting space, a more structured space. So when you come into the particular business, especially if you're in e-commerce, you have designated counters that will address your business, so you're not part of a general queue. We're also partnering with the National Identification System, because Jamaica is rolling out a national identification, digital identification card, and there are at least 20 or so locations that they're partnering with us to renovate the spaces as well, so that will also help us in developing our premium service centers, because we know that there's a need for it. And of course, them being an enrollment center will at least invite persons in, and they can see what we have to offer as a post office as well. So even though as the millennials prefer an email address or so, but there are still some persons who, at least if you pique their interest, they will probably come to us and do business with us in terms of e-commerce and so. So we're looking at that as well. Also, one of the things that we're also looking at is putting in account management software, because that will also be key to driving our business, where persons and having the ability as well in terms of revamping our website to have the capability for persons to pay for stuff online. So we're talking with some providers now to see how that would work as well. So those are some of the few things that we're doing. Not as earth-shattering yet as Ship to My ID, but we're heading in that direction.
Okay. From Belize side, I remember you informed me about some collaboration with the banks. If you can give us some insights about the potential of to go into any financial services that the Post could explore in this way as well.
What happened, since we are available countrywide, the Western Unions and the banking institution would want us to be able to provide such service for them. But the problem we currently have is that our processes are manual, so it's to hire somebody to execute such. So it's how we automate first, and then we go into that next step. We need to fix our operations, deal with our logistics first, so that we can be able to better serve the public.
Yeah, so maybe we can retain here the fact that collaboration and partnership is very important, but at the same time there's an effort to do ourselves, to start with a solid and reliable infrastructure, to have a trustful, provide a trustful service, so to be able to have a long-term partnership with any entity, because at the end it's for their benefit as well. Okay, from Cape Verde side, you have mentioned to me about your logistics activities as well. Maybe you can give us some information about this type of collaboration you handled.
Yes, it is our new business line. We have so many years of experience with those employers. We join the experience, the new opportunities as a diaspora country, or experience in transportation in Correios between islands, outbound and outbound. And it is make between your strategy for improving the e-commerce. We working right now. I'm sorry. We working right now with a partnership with Amazon, with help from U.S. Embassy in Cape Verde. We work with the government in the modernization of our law. So right now in Cape Verde, we have something new, and we are approved as postal office working the law. Right now, we have at our parliament the project to discussion and Digital Service and the Commerce Act. This project has background into Digital Act from European Union. It is first in Africa right now. And we work integration solution for companies and for clients, for customer. Biggest cargo, inbound, outbound, and small package, inbound, outbound. And we are working to grow and to contribute to connectivity between our islands.
Okay, very interesting. My question may be to be addressed to Mail Americas. Maybe you can give us, like in practical, an example of partnership you already have with a certain post similar to our attendees' countries, and the effort, let's say, the level of effort to adapt and have the business going.
Well, thanks. Actually, we have over 25 bilateral agreements in Africa only. So maybe choose one example could be hard, but easy to say. We have different post offices that have different requirements. For example, I go there, I come here to Seychelles or which country is on our pipeline, and have a sit down with customs and with the post to have a perfect or the better understanding possible about the process. And then from there, I communicate with my operation team, and they start proposing to the post, or the post tell us their challenges, and we change certain things on the process. I'll give you some quick examples. Customs needs the manifest given in a certain way. Okay, we send it in the customs way, so the post doesn't have to manipulate it and change it or build it. We send it automatically to customs. Belize said you had a manual process. Okay, so we try to understand that process and redesign the labels so it's as easy for you as possible, given that it's manual. How do you sort it? Okay, I sort it per neighborhood, let's say. Okay, so the neighborhood will be the biggest word in the label. To give a quick example on how to, okay, you don't have the power or the income to optimization now, okay, don't worry. Let's keep it manually and let's keep it as simple as possible for you. So that's a little bit of how we operate between partnerships. And the second question was, sorry?
Yeah, so basically this is it. So the flexibility and openness, let's say, to adapt, because obviously not all operators, in our case, are, they are not all on a similar level. So there is as well this facility, let's say, for them.
Exactly. The whole point, the whole idea is to be as efficient as possible with the resources that you have. Because it will be easy for me to say, okay, no, Amazon or AliExpress or eBay or whatever are requesting that you sort in one day and that you deliver in one day. Okay, you cannot do it. You need to have $500,000 investment in trucks or whatever. Okay, you cannot do it. It's not a problem. Let's see what you can do as best as you can.
And we build on.
We'll try to improve it, and from there we offer it to the customer and see.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Gopal. Maybe the same question. Let's say, how ship to my ID, or what is the process? Let's say to facilitate, let's say, the introduction of your technology and the implementation of the technology the best way.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And on coming back on partnership, in my view, it's all about doing things together to do more than one could have done on our own. At the same time, it's not about making money from each other, it's making from outside. A commercial model is very important for partnership. And sometimes innovation is not about a problem and a solution, because that's more of an improvement. And sometimes you bring innovation in a way that new opportunities are unleashed. And those innovations are bigger. For example, when Marriott and Hyatt and Hilton were competing for business, Airbnb came. Today their valuation is, all of them put together, Airbnb is bigger. Uber was never business. They never had a taxi business and thing. But the concept completely changed the way the entire taxi industry works. And there are many examples. Hollywood Video and Blockbuster were competing, and Netflix came and changed the game. So sometimes it's very important to identify innovation which is relevant and important for you. We all are in a situation where, yes, the internet has become popular, the letter business, the mail business has gone down. We can keep crying about it, or we can look at e-commerce. In e-commerce, the reality is it's growing, but is really Post Office gaining a lion's share? Are we looking at the e-commerce in the right way? If you take a deep view into that part, there are 4 elements for an e-commerce. There's a buyer, who's one of the citizens of the country. They buy a product, and most likely they buy it at a marketplace or an e-commerce store where they check out and they collect the money. And then the last stage is the delivery. If Post Office is waiting at the last stage, do you really think they can control the transaction? If the people who collect the money, it's Amazon's, Lazada's, Jumia's of the world, Alibaba's of the world, they collect the money and they decide who's going to ship. And every country, take examples of US itself. When Amazon came, they relied completely on USPS. 15 years down the line, they started their own delivery company 3-4 years ago, I think. And since then, almost 90% of Amazon delivery happens through their own Prime program. And in fact, I believe Post Office is losing money because now more difficult to deliver locations, climbing up in a mountain next to the seashore, Wyoming, Dakota, where 20 miles away the other house is there, is given to Post Office because they have an obligation of USO. They're actually losing money in these deliveries. So we have to look at differently on how you can come to the front. It's called shift left concept. The more you shift left, the better chances are. And with our technology, which we'll talk and demonstrate tomorrow, we can show how we can bring this back to Post Office control. Post Office, what Post Office has, no other organization has it, which is access to every home, every address. In many places, they create the addresses. They have access to every citizen through National ID program. They can be the biggest consumer hub. I think today it's all about data. We all talk about it, but how many have really done about it? Post Office could be the biggest consumer data hub, and we'll show how tomorrow how that can be possible. But that's the way one should look into that. Once you have consumer, the merchants will follow you. Today, the traditional models of selling, for example, if I go to, say, one of the large plants like Unilever, and we partner with them and tell them we'll deliver your products best cost and all those things. They'll say, okay, they'll get a tender and they'll get 20 other FedEx and UPS, everybody to contract with them. And pricing is not the only aspect, SLAs and many other aspects. But if Post Office goes and tells to them that I will give you access to 7.6 billion people in this world, and you can engage with them directly, and I can tell you who are the people willing to buy their products today, will they not work with you? So there are ways which you have to do it differently, and that's how you could really change the game and bring it back to Post Office.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously this is a topic that require a lot of collaboration, because it's not only about the postal operator, because for sure this is a main challenge and they want a solution and they want the expertise. But potentially it's also a wide collaboration which would be needed at a governmental level as well. And yeah, maybe before we start concluding, are there any questions to our panelists? Yes, please, Mr. Tazek.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Just a very brief question to the panelists. Is the universal service you all have to provide, is it an obligation or is it rather a benefit for your organization? Thank you.
All right, let me take a first crack at that. I think, and I think I'm not only speaking for Jamaica. I think we have not, as designated operators, sat down and really costed our USO and say to our governments, okay, this is where we're at, and this is how we can leverage it to make it a benefit rather than a cost. So I think one of the things that quite a few of us, and I'm speaking for some of my colleagues here, is that we need to cost our USO, first of all, so that we can have a informed discussion as to how we go forward, because it is still going to be there for us. For example, Jamaica, currently we distribute path payment, which is a benefit to families with particular financial needs. We do pensions, and I know we're looking at other government agencies to take on delivery of some of their items right now. So we definitely need to cost it, so that we can go to the table and say, okay, this is the cost, and this is how we are going to move forward in order to make it a benefit and not a burden.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Any other question? Yes, please, Mr.
Thank you, moderator. So I have a basic question on addressing. So we are all talking about inbound e-commerce. We want to deliver to your customers in your countries. I had, of course, some sophisticated solutions like having it delivered in the origin country and then having it shipped over. But of course, the final approach is to do home delivery, which is a challenge. We have to agree. So I wonder how you're addressing this issue of addressing. Yeah, how do you reach the citizen? You know, where I come from, it could be a village, a tree, describing where the person is. So I wonder how you're meeting this challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, please, Ms. Price.
Well, in Belize, we don't really have that problem with addressing per se. Usually, we would ask for the contact number for those individuals, and we have offices countrywide. So if it's a small stop within a village, within a district, then we would ask for that. We will call the customer and have them meet us at a main junction for them to pick up those items. So it's really not a problem in Belize.
I'm glad you raised that issue of addressing, because recently we were having discussions not only amongst my colleagues here, but back home, because the thing with addressing is that it can also be an economic driver for you. And given that we are partnering as for the National Identification Program for distribution centers across the island, but for addressing, recently, maybe a couple of months ago, a company came to us and proposed us an addressing solution. But one thing I knew, and I thank my colleague, George Alexis, from Trinidad as well, where we sat down and spoke about it. If we give up our addressing capabilities to an outsider, we are going to lose from that, right? And that company, they presented to us, we saw the proposal, but we said, okay, fine. It's an unsolicited proposal, so we were not obligated to go forward with that. But we know that we have to set up an addressing unit in order to deal with that. The proposal has come around through another door again to us. And I know when I go back to Jamaica, I'll be speaking with our Postmaster General on that matter to let him fully understand that if we have an outsider doing that, we are giving away our lifeline. Another thing that we were even discussing at lunch is that we have to make governments understand that with the addressing, maybe it would have to be part of the legislation so that persons would be required to use these addresses. So whether it's an address at the tree down the road, but it's a part of an addressing system for you to find your customers. So hopefully, you all pray for me that I get success when I go back home in terms of convincing who I need to convince. But we see addressing as a means as well for us in the post. And I say I'm not speaking for only me. I know Trinidad is ahead of us in that. And yes, there are other colleagues who have been consulting with us on that. So we know we can't give that up.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Alexis.
Thanks again for giving me the floor. Just want to suggest to the small and developing states that are here, and you have the addressing challenges, one of the resources that we have with the UPU is the S42 addressing system, which standardizes and codifies the addressing to an acceptable standard that is recognized. It facilitates postal codes and sequencing of addresses in an orderly, recognized format, which our organization, TT Post, took advantage of, and we reformatted 98% of the addresses, which is for us 445,000 physical addresses have been standardized with postal codes and with numbering sequencing that is in order and structured. The opportunity would be there, for example, maybe to put forward proposals to the QSF, the Quality of Service Fund Board, to get funding if it's a challenge, to find ways to implement an addressing system that could work to facilitate your organizations.
Thank you. So as we said, sometimes it's not only about technical solution, it's about the whole reach of it. Mr. Gopal, you have an intervention.
So I think you highlighted a very important point about having control of the data and control of the system, right? And if you really see 192 countries or even 215 countries, 100 plus languages, and hundreds of ways to define how you even nomenclature, like province, county, district, state, it's so much of difference. So to change at global level, there are two ways. One, change everybody to adopt one format, which is not practical. Or second is build a layer on top of it. So that when it goes to cross-border, we use a certain format, but within that country, you know exactly where it is. So it's more about enriching the data, which is important. As Lati perfectly mentioned, that there are landmarks which are more important. But if I write a landmark in a public postcard or a letter, then it becomes so big that I can write its entire page, it occupies an entire page. So the key point is to understand who does what. The first mile, do they need the details of the addresses, or the last mile needs addresses? And even when today, one of the bigger obligations, or I wouldn't say obligation, the GDPR requirement says that when your citizens' data cannot cross the border. Yeah, there are ways to resolve it part, but every international letter what you send, there's a risk to it. Because yes, there'd be treaty, which is important and respectful, but sometimes people on the ground, they'll just take pictures and they can use the data. In India, there was a situation where people flipped from one e-commerce platform to other e-commerce platform. All they had to do is find out who bought 30 items in a month. And you give that person's name to the new e-commerce company, they'll hire you with a joining bonus. And all they did was took pictures. So mailing labels are important, privacy is important, and there are ways how you can address. Fundamentally, we look at it addressing a little differently. One is physical location, which needs to be systematically organized and structured. Absolutely, yes. And I've seen it is in my last 3 years experience with post offices, there are 10 levels. Somebody's very structured, somebody says, come and pick up your mail. And some are very sophisticated. All are respectful, all are useful. But we look at it very differently. When we send a package, we don't send it to location, we send it to people. And this was the history. If you look at 1,000 years back, if Alexander the Great had to send a message to somebody, he did not know where the person lives, but he knew that I have to send it to this queen or to the king. Only the last mile needed to know where the addressing is. And sometimes it comes back. So the way we operate is basically we assign a unique digital address, which is like a username, like in your email, just a username. That could be a lifetime address. And you decide where you are. When you go to a new place, click the button. From that day, that is your new address. And it can be mapped to a physical address so that the delivery can be automated and all this aspect. But for us, address is basically with an identity, which is more important, so that there's no lost baggages, and I don't have to keep updating addresses. For me, Sam123 is a lifetime address for Samson.
Thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Alexander.
Yes, thank you for giving me the floor, moderator. Just 2 comments. The first one is something that I would like to share with you all. I think it was Santosh who made reference to fulfillment by Amazon. And for the past 10, 15 years, Amazon has been working with reaching out to the designated operators. And to date, unless I'm incorrect, they have 142 individual and bilateral MOUs and agreements with designated operators. And on average, it took them somewhere between 3 to 5 years to get that agreement. And the cost was about $1.5 million to get to that agreement. Why? Because, of course, it costs in travel, in accommodation, and so forth. And some of the designated operators, they are not known to be quick decision takers, and that's good sometimes, and that's a little bit worse some other times. But on average, they have 142 bilateral agreements with designated operators. And the question, why did they do that? And I think we partly answered that question, data. They're very interested in data, and fulfillment by Amazon is one of the answers. The other topic, or the other subject that I would want to bring to your attention is we spoke about USO in the beginning of this panel. And USO is something very interesting to observe in some countries. You may be aware about Denmark, what happened recently in Denmark. The Danish government decided as of 1st of January 2024 that there would no longer be a USO taken care of by the designated operator. It would be the private sector who was going to be responsible for that. And that is an interesting trend that you also need to be observing, see what's happening in the region, but in other parts of the world, keep updated. The Norwegian government has set up a task force on this particular topic as well, and it might become a trend, but everybody's studying it right now to see, do we want the designated operators to be responsible for the USO? So keep it in mind, keep your eyes open, and it's something worthwhile studying. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Yes, it's interesting you brought that up, Alex, because in a regional meeting we had recently, that the Denmark example came up, and one question I posed to representatives who are on the meeting from the UPU is, from the UPU's perspective, where if say 70% of our members give up the USO, how do you see it affecting how we go forward as a UPU? That's fine. I don't expect an answer right now,
yes,
but I think
actually
that needs to be looked into, because, as you said, it's a possibility. Denmark has gone a step. Other countries are exploring it, but
I'm sure we'll have other opportunities to discuss about this topic. It's a very deep topic and discussion. Sorry, I think we had another intervention. Yes, I can see. Sorry, Mauritius. Yes, please.
So my question is, how can the postal sector strategically foster and sustain productive partnership, not only within the industry, but also with external stakeholders to capitalize on emerging opportunities?
Anyone would like? Yes, please.
Sure. I think it's high time we don't call external stakeholders, but call as internal. We are part of UPU
Yes.
as a consultative committee member too. I think it's also about how do you structure agreements. If you give the control and power, authority, then it's always a risk. There is let's take an example of how the traditional BOT models work, where government said this is the land and the third-party companies come and say, I'll build the road and let's run it for 10 years. The government will always have an advantage because the road is already built. So it's more about looking at those investments. Today, the concept of investment, it's not a cost. We should think about investment as a revenue. When you have a toll road and you have more cars going, let's take an example of India as one other quite digitized country, where they used to struggle to find contractors to build the roads. 4 years ago, the government mandated that every car should have a debit card system. Now, when they drive around, they charge 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, every other expressway, every other exit. And now all the roads are making revenue. Same with cybersecurity. People think it's a cost and when there's a problem, I'll address it. But cybersecurity leads to KYC, leads to secure environment, secure transactions. And if you had to figure it out to monetize those transactions, like I was told that Western Union charges almost $35 to $40 to Amazon to validate one person. If Post Office validates a KYC, they know the citizen, they know where they live, they know details about that person, then why would Western Union charge $40? That money belongs to Post Office. So I think it's overall looking at it in a way, it's more about enhancing and opportunities what you have on the table and building a relationship. And if these things are replicated across multiple countries, and that's where, thanks to UPU, and I would expect them to take a bigger role into that part, that if it is progressing in one country, how do we replicate in other countries? I think all these spheres will go, and together there could be a lot more things which can be done.
More reach.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I have one last question.
Yes, I was going to reply to Mr. Ito from Mauritius. I think that, from my perspective, the answer is openness. To be open-minded, to be careful, of course, to who you partner with, to have a background, and that's a very good thing about the Consultative Committee of the UPU. You get a whole package of companies that have a background, that you know who they are, and some country had to vouch with them. So I think it's openness to leave aside sometimes bureaucracy and start thinking a little bit out of the box. The post office job is to do sometimes the core business more of the same in perpetuity until the end of the time. You have to connect the people and deliver A to B. So the world is changing, as you said, as Santos said, and I think that the answer is openness. Openness, awareness, and be open-minded, and leave a little bit maybe bureaucracy. Alexander already said 3-4 years for a bilateral agreement sometimes makes no sense.
Thanks.
Okay,
Yes.
Additionally, what specific measures or initiatives can be implemented to ensure effective knowledge sharing, resource collaboration, and expertise exchange for the overall growth and innovation of the postal sector? Hope I'm not long.
So, yes, please.
When it comes to e-commerce, when we speak of collaboration, especially in Belize, most people won't want to send their items through the post that comes internationally because of custom duties, right? Because they're mostly heavily taxed coming through the post office. So they would rather use another shipping company that comes in bulk and their costs are in, or get some sort of hustling from that aspect. So no, it's the truth, because they don't come to the post office, so we lose revenues from that aspect when it comes to e-commerce. And even so, when from Belize or from the Caribbean, yes, the marketplace is good, but who would want to buy our products? What level of products do our entrepreneurs have for them to sell it internationally or go cross-border? So that is another aspect that needs to be looked at when it comes to collaborations.
How to be exposed.
Correct.
So this is the most important as well for you.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well, I want to look at it from a different angle as well. We talk, Marsha mentioned how many persons would want to use the post for their e-commerce platform. Again, I go back to the issue of airlift. Recently, customer called in, they sent an e-commerce item to Australia. It hadn't gone yet because of airlift and problems with airlift. And therefore, if we don't solve that quickly in the region, it means that I have my small company, I put my time and effort in, and every time a customer makes an order on my platform, I'm having to do a refund. Yeah. You know, so again, we as a region have to work around that and work around that quickly, because as small as you think some of these persons are, after a while they do very big business from their houses. They don't even have to set up a shop. So, you know, so that's why I want to approach it from that angle.
Thank you. Are there any other question? So, yes, please, Mr. Alexander.
I just wanted to build on something that Ignacio said from Mail Americas, and it's to all our designated operators here in this room. To become a member of the Consultative Committee, please be reminded that all of our distinguished CC members have been vetted and authorized by the ministries in charge of posts and the regulators in your respective countries. So we are in a family here, and they have been vetted. So that's important for you to know that, yes, they're here for business, but they have been cleared by your respective governments, just as a reminder. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe we can already conclude our session. So in summary, if we can say that partnerships obviously allow postal services to adapt quickly, as we saw different examples. So adapt quickly to the market shifts, customer preferences, and emerging technologies. We also noted that collaborations with industry leaders and experts foster knowledge exchange, the learning opportunities, and the ability to leverage shared expertise for mutual growth. And at the end, which is the most important, collaboration demonstrate a commitment to service excellence and innovation. And this obviously will impact public perception and trust in the postal sector. I thank you again, and good luck.
Thank you for inviting us.
All right, thank you very much, Manale, and to all of our panelists. We're going to take a brief break now, about 30 minutes. So if everyone could come back around 4:35, that would be fantastic. In the meantime, please enjoy some coffee. Don't forget to pick up your crypto stamp. There's also some UPU literature outside that you can take. we're going to close the day here so everyone can go back to their hotels and get some rest. I know a lot of people have traveled quite far and only arrived late last night, so it'll be good to be fresh for tomorrow. A few things to note before we close. Of course, we're starting tomorrow at 9 with postal reform and digital transformation assessment presentation. But there will be pickup from your hotel at 8:30. So that's 8:30 sharp. There will be a transport from your hotel. So please do be ready in the lobby at 8:30 so that you can catch the transport here to be on time. One last thing, we found a case for glasses outside. If anyone's lost one, please come see me and I will hand it back to you. Otherwise, thank you very much for your attention, for your presentations, for your comments, and for a very successful first day. Have a very good evening.